You are now tuning in live to the Aaron O Show. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to everybody that is on time, locked, loaded, ready to roll. It is Tuesday, and I just had quite an interesting day. I'll say that. Lee, you got your water bottle ready? My guy, shout out to Lee. You know I keep a water bottle on deck, or if I don't think I'll ever do a show if I don't have at least one bottle of water. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I'll be getting real close to coming down to my last bottle. But listen, y'all make sure I don't run out of water. Y'all never let me run out. Because if you ever let me run out, I get to cancel all my shows. That's a fair deal. If I ain't got no water, I at least get to cancel the show. That should be a fair deal. Fair deal. I think that's more than reasonable. Definitely more than reasonable. But I'm glad to be back. I took yesterday off because, to be honest with you, it was a chaotic day at work, and I left work really, really late compared to where I usually leave. So I didn't want to start the show too late. Other shows were already running, and I don't force shows, meaning it was nothing that caught my eye, nothing that I just had to have a conversation about. So, it made it easy for me to just sit back and not be on the YouTube. Okay. I was not on YouTube. I was not accessible. I didn't see nobody. I was gone. So I don't know. So if I missed anything, don't even tell me. Spence, what up? If I missed anything, don't even tell me, because I probably missed some stuff. I don't care. I probably missed it, but I need some time in isolation, which I always take. So it actually worked out just fine. And today was another crazy day at work, but we'll find out. There's some testing going on. I was not at no Applebee's, Sherelle. What's wrong with you? The only way I'm going to Applebee's, hey, Blue Dream, the only way I'm going to Applebee's is if you make me go to Applebee's. I can't even say if I've ever been to Applebee's. Hold on, let me look up that menu. I don't think I've ever been to Applebee's. Let me look it up, because I think you lying about me. Applebee's. Let me see menu. Let me look at an image of one of their facilities. Nope. I've never been to Applebee's. Sorry, Sherelle. No Applebee's. I've never been. No. Sorry. No Applebee's. I want to make sure I give a big shout out to my brother Granville for being a sponsor of the last show. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for holding me down as always in these YouTube streets like no other. You are a crazy man, but you're part of the family. Gang. My sound's a little low. Let me turn up my sound a little bit. Loso said the 2 for 20. No. I had no 2 for 20s. I will take it, though. I ain't too good to get no 2 for 20. Hey, Sugar Bum. I'm not too good to get no 2 for 20. I just had never been. I'm not a restaurant buff, and I'm not a foodie. I'm not an alcoholic, and I'm not a user. So I'm not what would fall in line with what you guys would normally expect. So it is what it is. We got enough of y'all. We got enough of your foodies. We got enough of your alcoholics and usies. So we got enough of y'all. All right. Y'all don't need me to get down with that kind of stuff. All right. So shout out to G-Ville, sponsor of the last show. He's been sponsoring almost every show the last few weeks. So shout out to that, brother. We appreciate you around here, especially on the Aaron O Show. All right. Now, I know what you guys thinking. What do I have on my mind today? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a simple man, but my mind's been having me thinking. And I just want to have a small, tiny conversation with the people. Okay, B-Love. Hey, B-Love. The San Francisco treat. Well, San Francisco has been picking up because we have, what is that thing that Salesforce does? Dreamforce. Dreamforce is active this week. I think today is the first day of Dreamforce. So it's been relatively busy downtown San Francisco pretty much. So that convention brings in a lot of people from out of state and drives a lot of traffic to the city. However, Salesforce believe this is going to be the last time they do the event out here because of the high spike in crime. The homelessness is getting out of hand, the carjackings and, window breaking and, all the bipping going on. Salesforce is not happy with the condition of, I would say, San Francisco right now. So for the foreseeable future, they're probably not going to have the Dreamforce convention here. So it is what it is. You got to take the good with the bad. California politics suck. San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area politics suck. So it is what it is. But as of right now, they're here this year, and it is what it is. They kind of got the city. They got a little bit of a buzz going on. So that's cool, right? So what up, Miss Jill? Hey, Miss Jill. Eat a man in the building. What up? Yeah. Somebody said I look like Dwayne Martin. I don't know who said that because my thing went too fast, but I've never been told I look like Dwayne Martin. So my feelings is almost hurt, but I don't know if that's a compliment or a dig, but it's cool. I can't go back in the chat and look up who said it, but that's all right. I'm just gonna let it slide. I'm not gonna let it Dwayne Martin. Is that the guy from My Wife and Kids? Don't quote me on that. I'm not really good with TV shows. I heard of that name before though. Somebody said come to Maryland. Man. I don't know nothing about Maryland, to be honest with you. I don't know nothing about Maryland, but it might be cool to visit. Stay in Maryland? That's a tough sell. I was just talking to somebody today, and they said it's almost impossible for them to leave the Bay Area. They said it's almost impossible to leave the Bay Area because I talked about there was this story that happened, I want to say in New York, where this young lady who was a nurse, I believe. I see you. Oh, Peace Joy did it. Okay, Peace Joy. Only you can say that. I can't take it from nobody else. But there was a young lady that ended up she ended up freezing to death. It was in the middle of a blizzard. I forget the day. I forget which part of New York or whatnot. But I remember I was reading about that, and she froze to death. I don't know if it was in her car. I know she was in contact with her family. She was texting them, but it was very sad. And I was like, man, I couldn't work at no hospital, show up to work, and be in a blizzard and possibly freeze to death. That's just crazy. So I can't really live in a place that has snow. So I can't do it. So if you have snow, I just listen, I can't. I'm not prepared. Now, I am spoiled. Cree says, come to the Midwest. You have to give me a destination in the Midwest. So some places in the Midwest is just a no from the first time you mentioned the name of it. But we talked about that. I said Arizona's definitely out. Cannot go to no Arizona. It's like 115 degrees about there on average. So that's out. My cousin been trying to get me to come out there. I'm not going. It's not happening. Luckily, he doesn't watch the show, so his feelings are not hurt. But I'm not going to Arizona. That's out. Lee said Miami. Actually, Miami got a small chance. The thing about Miami is that the life there is just too much for me. I'm a very simple person. I'm a recluse. I'm 71% incel. So I don't like all the clubs and partying lifestyle. It bothers me. So I want a place that's not too hot, not too cold, not too party-like, somewhat of an isolation type of space. And yes, I'm being very diva-ish right now. If I'm going to move, which I am going to move because I hate these politics. But I gotta find the right mix. Be More is in Maryland. Yeah. K, yeah, I know. I've been trying to avoid acknowledging that. I don't like what's going on between Keisha M and Peace Joy right now. I see y'all trying to turn me into Dwayne Martin. I don't know what's going on. No, don't do that to me. Nope, I'm not gonna fall for it. Y'all trying to set me up. But yeah, so that was on my mind. Let me tell y'all this, because I just have to get it off my mind because it's been a good day. I'm in good spirits. I was talking to my coworker today, right? Mm. She doesn't watch my show, but she sees when I go live. So I'm gonna tell her I was talking about her, but we had a conversation, right? Sugar Bum said East Coast is the best coast, Aaron. Which part of the East Coast, Sugar Bum? Which part of the East Coast, right? So I'm talking to my coworker, right? And she's a little sad because she broke up with her boyfriend, whatever the case was. And she's like, I said, you just gonna end up getting back with him. And I'm just joking because I really don't care. But she says, no, I'm not, because he likes girls' pictures on Instagram. And he gives them compliments like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. You're so gorgeous. And I'm like, yeah, he probably shouldn't do that. I'm like, that is kind of like wrong. It's kind of like wrong. I'm fine with you liking the picture. You could probably even get away with putting like the lovey eyes under somebody's picture because it's a symbol and anybody could put it up. But when you type the words, you're sexy, you're hot, it's kind of like a violation. I'm not gonna lie. So I can't lie about it. I say, yeah, that's a little disrespectful. I will admit to that. Men gonna like pictures on Instagram. They might even, drop a little, googly eyes in there, harmless flirting. But when you start typing, you're gorgeous and all that kind of stuff, it is somewhat of a violation. So I have to side with that, right? And then what I told her, I said, this is what I told her. I said, listen, you're not gonna like this, but this is the truth. Women, because she told me she used to go to the gym a lot, but now she lazy. I said, lady, get back in the gym. Get back in the gym. And I said, ladies, that's one of your greatest tools. Nothing like keeping a man focused on you because you focus on that gym. And what does it do? Let me tell you what it does, right? See, when women go to the gym, it shows that they are focused on keeping themselves right. It just does. And it also makes their man say, who's she going to the gym for? Who's she trying to look good for? Now he like, yeah, I better stay focused. Because she ain't falling off. Because listen, ladies, when you start falling off, I have to tell you, your man gonna get comfortable. And y'all can call it what y'all want, but the truth is, you start falling off, you stop going to the gym like you was, your body start to get a little sloppy, you ain't even had kids yet. Your man, his eyes will veer even more. And the truth is the truth. His eyes gonna veer, but it's gonna veer even more when you lazy, when you're not on your grind, when you not making sure you right, he gonna do that. But when you in the gym, your body right, an asserted effort to make sure you're taking care of yourself, to make sure you focus on that, his eyes gonna be extra focused on you. He gonna be like, dang, she got somebody else interested in her? He gonna be telling you like, who you going to the gym for? Making little side jokes that's really hurting his heart because he's scared. He nervous now because you consistently going to the gym. He nervous now. Like, all right, let me stop playing around for somebody to snatch up my chick because I'm BSing over here. He gonna get back on his grind. If you don't believe me, try it. I'm not saying it makes a man perfect, but trust me, go to that gym, stay on your grind. His eyes gonna gravitate more focus back on you. And the reason why I say that this is important, and then we'll get into the show, right? This is why it's important. Shout out to my brother Granville. This is why it's important, though, right? You got to be consistent. The example is this. If your man said, oh, baby, I think you're beautiful, I really love you, one time in 4 years, it would bother you. You know why? Because women constantly need to be reaffirmed, constantly told, oh, you're so beautiful, I love you. If your man only said it one time in 4 years, it will bother you. You want to be constantly reaffirmed and consistently told that you're cared about overtly, right? So you have to do the man part, which is take care of your body consistently. Because it's like I went to the gym for like the first couple, like 2 years we was together, then I stopped. All right, but first 2 years I told you look beautiful and I love you. But, I stopped. You're going to have a problem with that. You're going to be a little upset. So you got to be consistent. You got to be consistent. And you can say what all the other ladies say. I go to the gym for myself. It ain't for my man. It's to make sure I feel good about how I look. We don't care. We don't care why you do it, just that you do it. And if you do it, your man's eyes will be more focused on you. But when you get lazy, like when your man start telling, oh, you look beautiful, or I love you, and you start looking on somebody else on IG who's saying it to their girl all the time, and now you frustrated because this girl getting that you used to get a few months or a year or so back, and now you frustrated. Yes, I know. That's just the truth. I told her get in the gym, and it frustrates her because she don't want to get back in the gym. But ladies, it's just a secret. You want to keep your man's eyes focused on you. Him knowing that other people eye focus on you. He know when you slacking off. He know when he ain't got to listen, he know when he like, man, she just going to be on the couch anyway. She going to come home and watch Netflix and stuff her mouth, popcorn and ice cream. I mean, it's cool. That's still my girl. You know what I mean? We rocking out. But when you in that gym, oh, I'll be back, hon. I'm going to the gym. Ladies, if you don't believe me, try it out just for 3-4 months and see if he don't start saying, who you going to the gym for? See if he don't just start joking like that. Just try it. Y'all don't believe me? Ask my brother Lee in the chat. He will tell you that gym life hit different. That gym life hits different, okay? Shout out to Miss Doris. Miss Doris says the water gang. Gang. Thank you, Miss Doris, for holding me down. Water gang is in the building. That's my humble opinion. Hit the gym, y'all. Hit the gym. I know you feel like you shouldn't have to do it because your man should just love you for the way that you are, but hit the gym. Please, Lord, hit that gym, all right? Oh, shout out to my brother Nidish. He says salute from the castle. Shout out to Nidish. I see you, brother. I appreciate you. You put a whole lot of chess pieces up in there. Now, which one is you? Is you the knight? You know the knight's my favorite one. Shout out to my brother Nidish. I see you, bro. But that's just my thoughts on that, people. That's my thoughts. You guys can do whatever y'all want, but I recommend hitting that gym. And do y'all see any of the men in the chat, ladies, saying, no, don't hit the gym? I'm just wondering, do y'all see any of the men in the chat said, ladies, no, Aaron is wrong, don't hit the gym? I'm just asking a question. Y'all see that? I rest my case. And Lee said, and drink water. Now, let us get into the show. All right, so I want to have a conversation about contracts. I want to have a conversation about contracts, and I want to talk a little bit about Coco Gauff, who is fresh off winning her first major, I believe. I believe this is her first major. And she's been killing it. She's been killing it for a while. I think she's like 19, 20. She's really, really young. And she's been doing her thing. And I've heard of her for a few years now because I think she went pro at 15 or something like that. So she's been pro for it now. And she's been grinding her way. She's been doing her thing. And I am a fan of her, meaning I don't really watch tennis like that. So I don't really watch, but I like to see people doing their thing. I like to see, especially Black women, be successful in their craft. And so when she out there winning, I'm excited for her, right? And to see her just do her thing. And she got into this little issue with one of the what do they call those? Do they call those people umpires? I forget what they're called. Somebody look up the name, whatever they're called. The lady that sits in a little looks like the lifeguard chair thing that stands over them while they run the match. I don't know what they call referee, whatever you call them. She got a little bit like an issue with one of them recently. So, but she knows her craft. She knows her craft. And so I am a fan, just like Serena, Venus, mainly. Look, it's gonna sound crazy, but when it comes to tennis, mainly those women. I don't really watch those other women. Okay, it's just the truth. I don't watch them, but those ladies, Hey, listen, if the sisters is killing in sports specifically, you gotta show them love, especially for the dominance that they have in those sports. All right, it's on another level, and hopefully, Coco can be next up. I know the other girl from Japan. What's her name? You know how her name is on the tip of like just tip of your tongue. It's like Nasaki. I can't. Her name. Naomi. Thank you, Missy T. Naomi. Okay, yes, because she messed with a rapper dude, right? But yeah, they killing it. They killing it. Okay, but I want to talk a little bit about her. I want to get into this contracts. I'm trying to think, where do I go with it first? JJ, be nice. All right, be nice. Be nice. I'm thinking where I want to go first. It's all about play. It's all about the placement here. I got it. Actually, T-Dub, what up? I'm struggling because I'm trying to figure out, guys. Let me tell you how this works. I work all day. I think about streaming, but I'm focused at work because priorities come first, right? And then like during breaks and things like that, I say, oh, maybe I could discuss this. But when I'm working, I'm working. I ain't got time to be distracted by other things. So I have a small window to conceptually put the shows together, right? So it's a very small window. My time is getting taken more and more. So I'm not able to concisely know exactly how I'm going to structure each show. It's not easy. Saturday shows are a little bit easier for me because, I don't go to my primary job on the weekends. Well, at least go into. So I can structure it a little bit better. But these shows that I do during the week, honestly, I see something, I think about it, I discuss it, and I figure out how I will do. So, guys, you have to forgive me as I'm trying in my mind to figure out how I want to place this conversation. J Hub, what up, bro? He says, Aaron, I apologize about the last time you saw me. I'm a reformed deacon now. Give me grace. Bro, no, we good. We good, bro. You got to understand. Listen, I understand. Sometimes shows just go crazy. That particular show wasn't any structuring at all to this show. We was just chilling, to be honest with you. I just want to hear some thoughts, and it turned into what it turned into. I'm actually supposed to take that stream down, so thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. I don't even, you know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna take that stream down. Shout out to J Hub, but I don't necessarily need that stream up. So let me find it. Give me 1 second, guys. There it is. I'm going to edit that stream. And here we go. All right. There we go. Now, J Hub, don't worry. It's like that stream never existed. All right. J Hub, the stream is unavailable. Okay. So, the only way they can get the J Hub stream is if they pay J Hub to get it back. All right. My guy J Hub said the stream is going down. So, the stream wasn't necessary. I only brought it up because I think one of my people's asked for it. I think Grizz asked me to put it up. So I told Grizz once he's done, I'm gonna put it back on lock because I really don't need to stream. It wasn't necessary. So don't worry, J Hub is gone. All right, it's gone. Now I want to discuss Coco contracts. Those are my two primary focuses in this conversation. Now, how I go with this is going to possibly cause whatever problem I can get into. So I'm trying to be very careful. Okay, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to start here. We are going to start here. And I'm going to bring this question up. Oh, so y'all said y'all hit the like button. Love C will check my likes because I don't believe y'all hit the likes. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I got y'all. Hey, Rob. Hey, Robbie. This is the question that I have for y'all. We're going to start here with the contracts. And then I'm going to tie, and then we're going to bring it all together. I'm going to start here with the contracts, all right? Most importantly, I want to start here. This here, for you guys that do not know, former NFL player, wide receiver, most notably known for being a Super Bowl champion with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He, if you guys cannot see, I'll read it, right? He signed a contract with ESPN in 2022. 9 months later, they fired him. In the contract, it says they owe him every penny. And so Disney has to take that loss. Every penny per the contract, right? I'm intrigued to know what you guys think about that. Now, do you guys think that he should give the money back? Should he give the money back because he didn't actually make it through all 3 years? No, I'm sorry. He didn't make it through all 5 years. He didn't make it through all 5 years. Now, the question is, should he give the money back? I'm always intrigued to find out just how much y'all want to make sure y'all don't give him the money. I'm intrigued to know. I know I know what most of y'all gonna say. I'm gonna just tell you, I know y'all gonna say no. I know y'all gonna say things like, he signed the contract, they signed the contract, he didn't break it, and in the contract it says they owe him every penny, so give him the money. I know that's what y'all gonna say. So I'm not too lost by that. Nas, is not a trick question, actually, because I don't necessarily know if that's right or wrong. Would I give the money back? Possibly, which is shockingly because most people would say no. But if I was Keyshawn Johnson, would I give the money back? It depends on a lot of different factors. But I'm just saying it's real interesting to me because I know y'all not giving that money back. I know y'all not giving that money back. Yeah, where did they find that picture? He's smiling hard. He like $18 million for 9 months. I don't even know if I ever met anybody that made $18 million in 9 months. And think about it. He didn't really, Keisha says, aren't you a stakeholder of Disney? So, of course, Aaron is biased. I'm not biased at all. This means absolutely nothing to me, be honest with you. Grizz says, corporations are not people. Is that true? Gang. Corporations are not people? People are not corporations? I heard Jay-Z say, I'm a businessman. So I don't know. But no, Keisha, I'm not biased at all because I genuinely don't care. Because ultimately, I think that they want to take the loss on this physical calendar year, on the balance sheet this calendar year. I think it's an audit trick. So I personally have no problem with it because we know this year is a dub. This year is going to be horrible. So there's not really much of an issue. They are cutting back and getting close to profitability on streaming. So no, it means nothing to me. It's their management job to run the business. So there's nothing I can do about it. Okay. I don't have a board seat and I won't be able to deal with it. JJ says 18 million isn't a big loss. Yeah, JJ, let me borrow 18 million from you and then see if you say it ain't a big loss. You be a madman. You be a madman. So most of y'all say 30% say give him the money back, though. I'm shocked. And some of y'all didn't vote. So we're going to have a problem. I'm going to wait for 5 more votes. So I'm waiting for 5 of y'all to vote because I see y'all playing with the votes. JJ, I'm just joking, bro. I know you meant for Disney, obviously, because Disney's going to write it off. You already know how that's going to go. You already know how that's going. We both know how that's going, JJ. So I'm not actually biased at all, Miss Keisha. I don't mind at all. But it bothers me zero, actually. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't ever watch anything that Keyshawn Johnson's done. I don't know if he's a good on-air personality or not, so it means nothing to me. Not intrigued by any of his work. I'm glad the brother is getting paid. Doesn't bother me at all. But I just wanted to get you guys' thought based upon the contractual obligations and things like that. Now, let's get back to Miss Coco. Let's get back to Miss Coco Gauff, okay? Now, I love me some Miss Coco Gauff. I did have a little bit of a she was doing a little dancing in one of the videos, but I just want to show this video.
I know, it's the rules. It's not allowed to sit.
Sigmund must have said something great to open this set.
I know, it's the rules. It's not allowed to sit.
Sigmund must have said something.
First of all, I just want to say, I didn't know Fila was back in business. I didn't know Fila was back in business, but I will say this, because New Balance is some of my favorite shoes. I love New Balance and Asics. So, but she really knows her craft. When you see little stuff like that, right? What that shows you is that she really studies the game. She knows the rules. It shows a level of awareness throughout the game. She doesn't have like mental lapse, right? So it shows that she is heavily devoted to the sport, right? This is what I noticed from it. Heavily devoted to the sport, submersed in her training in every aspect. I'm sure she's an historian of the game. That other lady had no clue. That other lady had no clue. So I actually really, really like that because it actually shows me just how smart she is, just how dialed in she is. It shows me a little bit of her ego as well, which allows her to be as great as she's going to be and currently are. So all that's cool with me. But she's done this a couple times. That's why JJ in the chat talking about she needs to stop crying, right? Shout out to my brother Gary Grain, says Disney is worth $104 billion. They should pay him $14 million. I'm gonna be honest with you, Gary Grant. We need all that money. That money, $18 million, be good on the balance sheet. The extra $18 million would be nice. We could put that in some marketing. We could put that somewhere else. We could put that to content costs and things like that. Because right now there is a strike that Keisha is going bad from. So, Aaron, you are not from the East Coast. What do you know about New Balances? You must be new to my chat. Moderators, some scrap Skrilla the Rilla thinks he can talk to me about New Balance. Please time him out consecutively for the disrespect. Come around here disrespecting me. I don't know nothing about these New Balances. I do these New Balances. Let's be real. Know about these New Balances. These new people got to learn their lessons, man. Now, I just like that about her, right? So let me just pull this back down real quick. And StreamYard been tripping lately, so bear with me. As now, I just want to let y'all know that every show ad I get that Keisha is here, I'm going to take every opportunity that I can to have a little fun. So, as you guys know, there's a strike going on. There's a strike going on in Hollywood. And you guys might be familiar with this actress here who is looking for work and making sure that they get their just dues. Oh, don't worry. I'll press play. I'll make sure y'all can hear it.
My name is Tashina Arnold. I officially became a SAG-AFTRA member at age 13, back when it was just AFTRA and SAG separately. So I've been in it that long. I've been in show business all my life since I was 11 years old. And this is all I've done all my life. So I respect it, I honor it, and I work for it. And as a lot of us do, performers do, and writers, we work very hard and we have to take care of each other. So it's not just one thing, but we want fairness, better health care, better residuals. I literally get 1 cent residuals.
1 cent. Listen. Let me just tell y'all. If they paid me 1 cent to do anything, I'm running up in that. Listen, you ain't got to worry about them not paying you their money. They going to pay me my money. I'm going to run up in that thing. They going to pay me all my money. Every red penny. I need all of that. Hey, Amber, I need every single penny. Now, the fact that you're willing to take 1 cent, that ain't my problem. That ain't my problem. That ain't my problem. Okay. If you listen, as y'all just said, it's in the contract. It's in the contract. You sign for 1 cent. Oh, it worked both ways. Yes. It's in the contract. Oh Lord. It's in the contract, Miss Keisha. I saw you typing in the chat, talking about that's his money. It's in the contract. So you asked for that 1 cent. It's in the contract. See what happens when y'all like contractual agreements? I support contractual agreements. I understand. Just know it's in the contract, okay? It's in the contract. 1 penny.
Like the paper costs more than the residual. So,
oh man, listen. She not lying. Have y'all ever got a check for 1 penny and just thought, why y'all even waste y'all time sending me this penny? I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth. I've seen a lot of checks for 1 penny, by the way. I've seen them flooded through the system. I've seen credits. Let me tell y'all why they give y'all this 1 penny. Because they legally obligated. And if they don't pay their contractual agreements, they can then be sued. So even though it costs 10 pennies to physically get the paper, print out the check, and send it to you, it might cost 10 pennies. They're doing it at a loss. If they did not pay you contractually, you could then sue them for back pay, etc., more things over 1 penny. So therefore, they have to do that, okay? It is what it is. Just remember, you signed for this penny. Oh, Lord, you signed for this penny.
It's got to make a change. You know, I'm not against corporate America, but corporate America has to share not a crumb of the pie. They have to share a piece of the pie, and we want a full piece. So let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. She excited, y'all. She excited. She's striking. She got the little, you said they love protesting, right? Which people love protesting the most? So I would then say, you know what? Per the contract, she probably deserve at least 2 pennies. But if the contract say 1 penny, then the contract say 1 penny. It ain't me. It's y'all. According to what y'all believe about contracts, that is what it is. Now, but it had me thinking, right? Let me tell you why it had me thinking. We got the labor disputes that's going on in the auto industry. Make sure you guys keep close eye on that. The deadline is this Thursday to come to a tentative agreement, right? Tentative agreement means it doesn't necessarily have to be signed yet, but they have to come to some type of verbal agreement, etc., to delay the strike going on, right? So they're going to have to come to some type of agreement, right? Now, here's the other part. You got the strikes that's going on in the auto industry. You got the strikes that's going on in Hollywood. And Keisha got her little sign. She was out there with Tashisha Arnold out there striking not too long ago, okay? I seen you out there, Keisha. Now, the contract is the contract. Contract is the contract. But this thing did get me thinking about it. So I want to discuss it because she did bring it to the attention. So I think it's important that we discuss it. I don't know to what degree, but I think we should discuss it. And it is, of course, none other than major winning Coco Gauff. Listen to what she has to say.
Paid attention this summer, just the crowd at the 500 and 1,000 events that I've played, where it was combined, and I will say at least my matches were pretty much more crowded or the same crowded as some of the top seeds on the men's side. So I don't think it's a attraction issue on obviously in some tournaments, yes, but especially in the 1,000 events, I don't think it's necessarily an attraction issue. So I think we have a long ways to go, but I am proud to say that where we are now, especially in the Grand Slams. Really paid attention this summer. Just the crowd at the 500 and 1,000 events that I've played, where it was combined, and I will say like at least my matches were like pretty much more crowded or the same crowded as some of the top seeds on the men's side. So I don't think it's a attraction issue on obviously in some tournaments, yes, but especially in like the 1,000 events, I don't think it's necessarily an attraction issue. So I think we have a long ways to go, but I am proud to say that where we are now, especially in the Grand Slams.
Now I'm gonna let her speak in the background for just a moment, because but I'm gonna put her on mute and just let her self just talk in the background, because it's important. All right, so this is what's so important. I know. I shout out to Miss Coco. I see y'all going off in the chat about her. Yes. Now, it is an interesting point, and it makes me think about this point. What we talk about the WNBA, right? When we discuss the WNBA, what we discuss is this. Maybe the WNBA is that way because they don't generate enough money, right? So the WNBA, you're not generating enough money. People, you ain't selling out your tickets and things like that. But in this case, what she said was, it's not an attraction issue, meaning that people are showing up to her games and watching them. People are showing up. Just as many people attend her event or close to as they attend a dominant men's event. That's the claim that she said, right? Now, so my question is this. Who cares? Who cares? Now, you get the money that you agreed to take. Now, if you guys don't know, tennis players are like independent contractors, right? They sign, they agree to terms, and it is what it is. They don't have a union, right? They don't have people fighting on their behalf. So these are things that they agree to per the contract, per the agreements. You guys are all for agreements. So therefore, sorry, Coco, you get what you get. You get what you get. Now, here's my thing, Coco. I want to bet you this. If you decide not to play, and you are a phenomenal female tennis player, if you decide not to play, do you think that they will stop showing up to events to watch the men, or will tennis go on? I hate to tell you, maybe just raise the ticket prices for when you're playing. Maybe you should negotiate that to say, hey, I want to raise the ticket prices for when I'm playing, raise the price, whatever the case is, and then you can generate more money. Then you're able to generate more money. You can ask for more money. Now, the problem is, I don't know why the ladies keep asking for more money and blaming it pretty much on the men. And it ain't a man's problem. It ain't the man's fault. Now, let me tell you the big major difference, right? And this is why you guys have a major confusion. And I'm going to try to simplify it for you right now. See, if you look at, let's just take I'm going to use two companies that are well known so that you guys can identify this easily, right? Let's take Target and let's take Walmart, right? Both phenomenal businesses, run, structured really, really well. Been around for a very, very long time, very successful corporations, right? If I work in Target, right, and I'm an exec, right, and there's, let's just randomly say there's say 8 of us, 8 execs. Granville, what up, bro? 8 execs, right? And let's just say I'm just going to use it for simpleness, right? We have the same position, right? And it's not likely, but let's just say we have the same position that I have at Walmart and you have at Target, right? And I'm just trying to use a simple version, right? And we both get paid the same amount. 18, let's just throw a number out here. Let's just say get paid $3 million a year to be an exec over at Target, and you get paid $3 million a year to be an exec at Walmart, right? Let me tell you why that makes sense. Because at Walmart, see, you can ask for, look, actually take that back. You can ask for equal pay, right? You can say, well, I'm doing the same job Aaron is doing while he over at Walmart that I'm doing at Target, and I deserve the same equal pay for the same exact job. And it's not a perfect comparison because it's just on the spot, but I could understand that. I could actually understand that comparison, even though technically I could negotiate a different package. It doesn't matter because we both work in the same field, industry, company, etc., things like that. It makes sense, right? But here's the problem. You work in an industry that is all female. All female. There are no males to compete with in your industry of field, right? So you can't ask for the same money that the men make because you're not competing against the men. Ladies, let me tell you how to fix your problem. All you have to do is go where the money is. If they ain't paying you enough and where you play at in tennis, go play with the men. Go play with the men. And then you won't have to ask about equal pay or none of that. Go play with the men. And then you'll get whatever the pay that the men get, you'll be supported to say we should get the same pay that these men get because we play in the same league as them. But when you don't play in a league with them and make comparisons with how they get paid, it's probably a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea. And so I just don't understand why these comparisons keep getting leveled. It's not a good comparison. It's just really not. You'll get the money that you earn. You'll get the money that you can negotiate it through your contractual agreements. Just like y'all support Keyshawn Johnson, I support all these tennis leagues that decide to pay you whatever you agreed to get paid. Now, I will acknowledge this, though. I have no problem with her complaining about it. I actually have no problem with her complaining about it. You know why? I was on, I think we was on Team Fatty's show at the time. I forgot where I'm assuming we was there because I don't remember. And it was one of these spots. And Fatty said, go ahead and complain. Why not complain? Complaining works. Go ahead and complain. I said, dang. He's like, yeah, why not complain? It's like, oh, no, he says begging works. I think he said either complaining or begging works, right? And then we were talking about reparations at the time. He said, just beg. Go ahead. It might work. So I actually cannot fault her for, i.e., begging or complaining about the money she gets paid. I can give her a reason why I don't think she should get what the men are getting paid because I know that's what she's hinting at, right? But I have no problem with her trying to make people feel bad. No problem with her begging or raising awareness to try to get paid more money. I have no problem with that. Women should definitely ask for more money. So there's no issue there, but there's no support to justify giving you what men make. That's the only thing I would say. But definitely beg, definitely complain. It's a high probability that you may get an outcome you desire. It's a high probability that you may get an outcome you desire, right? So with that being said, like, I'm not mad at you at all. I'm not mad at you at all. You should definitely fight it. Now, I will say this. And don't get me wrong, guys. I do like Miss Coco. Shout out to Coco. Shout out to Naomi Osaka. Shout out to all the lovely tennis players that are doing their thing. My favorite tennis player is Rafael Nadal. Right? He's my favorite tennis player. So, you know, I don't really have a favorite with the ladies, but I support them. Do your thing. No problem at all. Now, I want to discuss something with you guys. And I want your insight, and I want your views, and I want your thoughts. I will open the panel up because I'm not going to be here all night. And so if you guys have thoughts, I'll hear them. Now, this is what I want you guys to listen to. I want you guys to be thoughtful, and I want your honest opinions about in your perspective, right? So I'm going to play the video, and I want to know what you guys think, all right? Honest thoughts, honest truth. I want your thoughts. All right. Listen up. Let me close that out. May have not did that right anyway. Listen up.
A woman chose to undergo surrogacy. She chose to be a surrogate, meaning she chose to effectively rent her womb to others to bring a life into the world. This woman's name was Brittany Pearson. Brittany Pearson was about 23 weeks pregnant when she discovered that she had cancer and she needed to undergo cancer treatments. And she didn't want to put the baby's life at risk because chemotherapy and other treatments could be harmful to the developing baby in her womb. So she contacted the two men and she said, I would like to find a way to deliver this baby soon. It would be a preemie, but we could care for this baby in NICU and make sure that this baby is safe. And the two men said, because it was their contracted right in the state of California, said, no, we don't want to deal with a NICU baby. They have health issues sometimes. So Brittany said, okay, well, I'll adopt the baby or I'll find someone to adopt the baby, because they said, well, you should just abort. And she said, no, I'm not going to abort. I don't want to do that. But one of the men said, that's my DNA. I don't want that DNA out in the world. And so they demanded that Brittany have the abortion. She refused, but she ultimately would deliver that baby at 25 weeks old. Delivered this baby in a California hospital. And because of the demands of the parents, this baby was left to die. A woman.
I'm going to play it again. So make sure you guys heard it, so you guys get an equal of understanding.
Chose to undergo surrogacy. She chose to be a surrogate, meaning she chose to effectively rent her womb to others to bring a life into the world. This woman's name was Brittany Pearson. Brittany Pearson was about 23 weeks pregnant when she discovered that she had cancer and she needed to undergo cancer treatments. And she didn't want to put the baby's life at risk because chemotherapy and other treatments could be harmful to the developing baby in her womb. So she contacted the two men and she said, I would like to find a way to deliver this baby soon. It would be a preemie, but we could care for this baby in NICU and make sure that this baby is safe. And the two men said, because it was their contracted right in the state of California, said, no, we don't want to deal with a NICU baby. They have health issues sometimes. So Brittany said, okay, well, I'll adopt the baby or I'll find someone to adopt the baby, because they said, well, you should just abort. And she said, no, I'm not going to abort. I don't want to do that. But one of the men said, that's my DNA. I don't want that DNA out in the world. And so they demanded that Brittany have the abortion. She refused, but she ultimately would deliver that baby at 25 weeks old. Delivered this baby in a California hospital. And because of the demands of the parents, this baby was left to die. A woman.
Now, if you guys can't hear it, I will put the link in the chat so you guys can play the video on your own if you could not hear it. Now, I want to let you guys know that is a very shortened breakdown of the actual story. But the story is a real story. It's not exactly reported to us exactly in its totality, but in some of the things she says is not exact. But that story is real. A lot of what she said did actually occur. It did actually occur, right? Now, there's some things I disagree with, but she says what she want to say, right? Now, my question to you guys is, did she still get paid? Jameson, that is a very good question. Did she still get paid? The short answer to that question is I don't know the specifics of that, but I would tell you this. Based upon what I've read about the contracts and agreements, I would say she most likely did get paid, but it's complicated. So, in short, I don't know if there's a way where she wouldn't be able to get. I think she got paid, but I don't know if there's a way contractually that they could avoid out paying her, because they have to pay for the medical bills, etc. There's a lot of things that they have to pay for. I don't know if they can void out paying her for that in particular? So it's a really good question. I do not know, but I do find it interesting, to say the least. So in my mind, I'm thinking, to what degree do the contractual, because she's a surrogate, but she has some rights, she has legal rights and things like that, but she also waives certain rights and certain legal rights that she has as well. And I'm just wondering, I'm like, if it was in the contract, and this is a question, if, I don't know, contracts are contracts, and they can be flimsy, just like, what's it called? Prenups, right? Sometimes the prenups don't work. Melanie Deluxe says she's out of touch. Who is Keyshawn? Melanie Deluxe, you are very behind in this stream, so you're gonna have to get caught up. But Google him. He is a former NFL wide receiver, now turned sports personality. But ultimately, I wonder if it's in the contract that if there's some if there's some medical issues and there's fear of the child not being able to be born, should they be able to enforce that she get a deletion of that child? I'm wondering what you guys think about contractually obligated and enforcement. If they come to an agreement and says, yeah, this child is going to have health defects potentially and things like that, this is very scary. It's a high probability. We agreed in the contract that if this type of thing occurred, that we would not bring this child to full term. Do you think that they should be able to force her to get a deletion? That is the question.
So here's the thing. They shouldn't be able to force her to get a deletion, but she essentially did have a deletion. Premature babies have a 80 to 90% survival rate at 28 weeks in the NICU. Giving a birth to a child at 25 weeks is basically putting the kids to delete themselves. Now, the only reason she wanted to do this is because she became addled with cancer, which is very unfortunate. However, that's violating her contract. You made a decision. You are choosing not to get medical treatment. If you've made a mint off of deciding to give your body to someone else for that purpose, to that end, you have an obligation to keep your contract. She terminated their baby.
So it's very interesting, because you make a good point. It's a very complicated conversation in the sense of I'm sure you know deeply what laws she has that can support her and whatnot. And I know you're just having a conversation because we could just like simplify it like overly, right? But the way I'm thinking about it is, she rejects and tells them, because they said no, just get a deletion. She refused and said no, I'm not going to do that, and I'll just basically adopt a child myself or get someone else to adopt the child, and they're going to survive in a NICU, an NICU. I was reading it, and I'm just trying to repeat the exact words that she used. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, that's quite interesting. Let's just say this. Let's say the baby did survive or was surviving. Let's just say surviving. And against the what do you call them? Surrogate parents? I don't know what to call them, right? Against their wishes. And then she wanted to try to adopt the child, and they don't want their DNA out there. How do you navigate that? Who is in the right? Like, how do you tell somebody I'm gonna take your DNA and take this child because you said to get a deletion and I refuse to do it? Like how? That is this is obviously a very unique situation. We both know, because they do screening for a lot of these things before this stuff occurs. Obviously, but just knowing the situation, How would you think someone should go about this? Because I'm actually really torn, because I'm thinking to myself, wow. Because the reason why I have not been to a sperm bank, because I'm uncomfortable with knowing that I potentially have kids out in this world that I'm not connected to, that come from me, right? And it could be an ego thing, pride thing. I don't know. I'm not saying right or wrong, but it makes me uncomfortable, right? So I could not do it. And I wouldn't want nobody else to be able to take my genes and just spread them out to the world where I have essentially no influence of, and things like that. And I'm, like I said, I don't know if that's right or wrong. That's just how I think. You know, I'm not a perfect person. I'm just saying. And so it's their DNA, not hers. And she obviously has a lot of control. We agree. But how do you navigate that? Like, you ain't gonna just force my DNA to be in this world. We ain't agree to this. How do you deal with this? Because I'm really at a loss, to be honest with you.
I mean, there really is no way to deal with this. Like, the people that contracted her didn't contract her for a premature child. If she would have went into premature labor, that would be one thing. You know, they contracted her for a healthy child.
Mm-hmm.
So again, like, I get your point. I just think that she's trying to play the victim Olympics. Well, I got cancer, so that changes things. I got cancer, so this is what I feel would be best for both of us. But that's not the contract. So doesn't matter what you feel. If you go to the bank and you get a loan for $50,000 because you get cancer, you don't get to say to the bank, "Hey, I got cancer, so I'm gonna have to miss out on all them payments." If you're lucky and you put insurance, the insurance might cover your payments for 6 to 12 months. But outside of that, you would still have to pay. If you know, and I know people that have been surrogates. I also know people that have had to go into labor with stillborn babies. I know people that have lost their children in utero. You know what I'm saying? At the 6-month mark, like, you're playing with people's emotions. And she doesn't have the right to do that according to the surrogate's right in California law. That baby is the child or the property of the intended parents. Like, that was nuts.
Now,
25 weeks.
Yeah, you're right. But here's the complex part, right? Because you're right. Because emotionally, this is crazy. But to think, right? Because I'm not one of those guys. Like, I've been alive long enough. I'm an old man. You see the grays. I'm not one of those people that want a boy or a girl. I want a healthy child. That's just all I care about. Like, at the end of the day, right? That's nothing's perfect. But if I have a choice, just the healthiest child I can get. That's the preference, right? I wouldn't want to be like, I only want a boy. I just think try to go with health, right? I think that's reasonable. Like,
exactly. Hold on one second. Lady D, you're right. I have a disabled son. This is true. I also went to a high risk doctor during my pregnancy to monitor that child. What I would never do, and I would never advise anyone to do during a pregnancy, is take medication that is not absolutely necessary or induce labor early, especially not at 25 weeks. When you are pregnant, because my first daughter was a bitty baby, she was only 5 pounds, 2 ounces. They were not sure that she was going to make a good weight when she was born. So they started to give steroids to me from about a good 20 weeks so that if she was born early, her lungs would survive. When we're sitting here and we're talking about children being born prematurely, if a medical professional determines that that is an eventuality, they have to prepare a woman's body and they have to prepare the baby in a specific way so that the child can survive outside of the womb. Now, as someone that has worked in the nursing profession, you will never understand the devastation that parents go through. In fact, my best friend had a child born 3 weeks after my son because her water broke early, and she stood in the hospital for over a month with no amniotic fluid because she didn't want to give birth to her daughter early, and her daughter still wound up in the NICU. So shout out to all the parents out there that are NICU survivors, our NICU warriors. We love our NICU babies. We don't selfishly put our children in a condition where they can't be touched. Because when a child is born early, you can't even touch them. They have to sit in a box with all type of monitors. It's very hard for them to be fed. They have to be fed with tube feeding. So this is a selfish decision on the part of this lady, because there is no difference in treatment between 3 weeks. If she was going to do this, she could have at least waited until 28 weeks when children have a higher preponderance to be healthy. I hope that answers your question, Lady D.
Yeah, this is a very difficult thing because I could not speak to the emotions that mothers. I don't know if you would consider her mother-ish in this type of scenario, but she is carrying the child. So I don't know what to call that scientifically, obviously, right? But I know there are emotions involved either way. I think I mean it's a really good question. I don't know why she didn't wait. I don't know if she said I have to do it now and then go. I don't know, then try to go to chemo, whatever the case. I'm not sure the exact specifics. I try to find some things to the case, but nothing is like super, super clear from what I was reading because they left out some information, obviously. And she's probably not talking. She's probably writing a book. But here's the scary part, right? If I'm terrified, right, that the child will have all these issues that potentially they could have and all these things, which they voiced their opinion in the beginning. That's why they want to get a deletion. And we both know contractually and legally she's not entitled to that child at all, and even she takes it to full term. But if she takes the child to full term and there are major issues, the parents now have to deal with the existing child, and I don't know what type of issues the child could have from that type of things that could be pumped in her blood and all these type of things. But I would think that is crazy to think that someone can force you in a lot of ways to have a child out in this world when you the doctors kind of told you the actual outcome that would exist and more likely, and they agreed not to do it, and she said, I'm gonna do it anyway. I think that is crazy, but we can't make her not do it though. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot actually make her get a deletion. As far as I've read and understand, you cannot make her get a deletion. That's a lot of power.
Well, this is the thing. You can't make her get a deletion, but she did void the contract. Now, what is worse? This is the question that I have for everyone, right? Because the lady said that the baby was left to perish in the NICU. Now,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So this is the thing. When we're talking about, deletions and how horrible it is for the child, is it better for a child to be pushed out of the womb early, selfishly? And again, remind you, a child that cannot be held, touched, comforted, no skin to skin contact, unwanted, left to perish in a box Is that the better option? I want each and every one of you that have children, look at your child and imagine your child. Imagine how happy you were the day they were born. That if they came out of your body, they were left in a box to perish. Because the parents that pay for them to be there were selfish and didn't want to deal with the potential fallout of them being born premature. And the person that was carrying them did not have the patience to wait 3 extra weeks for them to have a chance at survival. Are y'all okay? And it's not about the lady being wrong because she has cancer.
Yeah.
Unfortunate things happen to pregnant people every day. And real mothers suck it up, push through, and then heal after. You're not supposed to be exposing your children to all type of medications before they can take a breath. You're not supposed to put your children in danger. And I know in these spaces, everybody likes to point the finger or blame. But at what point do we actually start talking about the children?
You know, this scenario, I had obviously have not thought of every possible angle, but just thinking about it in real time, it's so crazy because I'm extremely torn. The woman has 3 or 4 kids already, and she's already previously done a surrogate delivery, as far as I've read up on it. But now it gets real complicated. Now, and I don't listen. This is not an easy conversation. I don't know how I keep finding myself in these complicated conversations and didn't actually see this thought process. Stacey says, my baby was an incubaby. It's not easy, and she's wrong. Now, I don't know, like Robbie says, whether to attach wrong to her. I genuinely am very, very, very stuck right now because my mind is jumping 10,000 different ways, and I'm trying to. Arnold says y'all not having a logical conversation. What do you mean we're not having a logical conversation? What does this mean? Maybe it's an emotional conversation. I don't know. But here's the complex part, right? She's a carrier, right? It's not her child. She's somebody's wife, she's the mother of somebody else. I mean, she's the mother of her own children. She has a family, to say the least. She has her own children, probably young. I don't know, right? Does she have an obligation to do what's in her best interest? Because obviously I don't know, I don't know everything about surrogate responsibilities and requirements. I know they have a right to their body. That I do know, and they have to do what's in their best for their body, but I don't know all the laws around it. Does she have I don't know, even morally, I don't know, right? To say, I have a family to get to, and and this is crazy. This is so much stuff that I'm just comes to mind. But maybe she's against getting deletions for whatever reasons. I don't know, religious. I don't know, right? So she refused to do it, but she can't delay her going immediately to getting treatment as fast as she can because it could spread fast. And anybody that's had any of these experiences, nobody knows this type of stuff. It can spread insanely quickly, right? No, this is some stuff that we just don't have any ability to stop, right? It can spread slow, it can go fast, we don't know. Does she have the obligation to her family to do it absolutely what's in her best interest, or does she do what's in the best interest of the child that she's carrying? That part confuses the heck out of me right now, because I genuinely don't know in this moment how you can make a right decision.
So this is the thing, right? In California, the intended parents don't have the right to stop taking care of the surrogate. So if I pay you and I have to take care of you, you don't have the right to terminate the contract. Now, Erin, can you share the screen? So for those of you that want to say this is an emotional conversation, let's step out of the emotions for a moment, because now you've unleashed the savage. This is when I do what I do best. The woman carrying the child is selfish AF, because chemotherapy can be safely administered after the first trimester, and it should be suspended near the delivery date. Is that logical enough for you? So after 14 weeks gestation and until 32 weeks of gestation, anyone can receive chemotherapy. So therefore, wanting to have a premature child for the sake of treatments for chemo is selfish. Period. Now, if she had decided I'm going to take this chemotherapy because I want to save myself, well, cancerous cells, for those of you that are not seeing this, let me highlight it. While it is relatively uncommon for a woman to be diagnosed with cancer while pregnant, it is possible. For instance, studies suggest that one breast cancer diagnosis occurs in approximately every 3,000 pregnancies. Because cancerous cells cannot pass through the placental barrier, which separates a pregnant woman's body from her baby's body, cancer cannot spread from the mother to the baby. So many people wonder about the safety of cancer treatment, in which we get into it. In general, most experts agree that the best cancer treatment option for a pregnant woman is to have surgery right away if possible, to remove all or part of the tumor, and then wait until the second trimester to begin chemotherapy if necessary. That's because the baby's organs develop during the first 12 to 14 weeks of gestation. Research shows that chemotherapy is generally safe for both the mother and the baby during the second and third trimesters after the baby's organs have fully developed. However, radiation therapy and hormone therapy should be delayed until after a pregnant woman has given birth. In most cases, pregnant women's final chemotherapy dose should be administered approximately 8 weeks prior to her delivery date, which is about 32 to 33 weeks into pregnancy. The reason is that chemotherapy can lower a patient's white blood cell counts and can increase the risk of infection in both the mother and the baby around the time of delivery. So this was not a decision made in the best thought process of the child. This is about selfishness. This is about a woman being a see you next Tuesday because she probably regretted becoming a surrogate in the first place. And any woman that sits there and willfully does something and creates an atmosphere in which a child will be put into danger is the scum of the earth. Y'all can clip that. I stand firm on that.
I'm trying to find an article on this. I found an article about some of this, but it's not overly I haven't cross-referenced it enough, but they just said that she was told that it spread further than initially was expected, because her first news that she got was, and I don't want to pull it because it's a little funky website, so I don't really want to do too much to pull it on screen. But initially, she was told that she'd be able to do some form of chemo, and then at some point, she was informed, because she said they talked back and forth and that they wanted at least 33 weeks or 34 weeks. I don't know. I'm not super up to date with what that means, but that's what the surrogate parents wanted. They wanted, they did not want the baby born before 34 weeks is the exact language that is used in this article, because they alleged that they would fear there was considerable health issues, right?
Mhm.
And so father sought to carry the child to term, giving it up for adoption. They told her that they didn't want their DNA out there or someone else adopting their child. She felt the prospective fathers allegedly threatened everyone with a lawsuit, including her and the agency. At one point claimed threatened legal action, yada yada. It was frustrating. Yes, we heard that part. The part where she says that she was instructed that one of the four allegedly diagnosed, she wanted to keep the baby. Yeah, so she was told that it had spread faster and further than initially recognized. And I don't know if that freaks you out as a person to where you go in panic mode. You know what I mean? I'm not justifying actions. I do not know. I do not know if she went to flight or flight mode where she's like, listen, I can have I don't know, but I need to live for my children. I don't know what her family talked, but this is one crazy scenario.
Exactly, it is. And the reality is, if you have cancer that is metastasizing that quickly, you're going to die anyway. There is no treatment for that. And I'm sorry. I know that's kind of blunt. That's blunt talk. But it is what it is. If it's spreading that quickly and it cannot be operated on, that means the cancer is overtaking your body. So this was her, last chance to do something great. And Lady D, actually, I spoke to how horrible it is that they left that baby there to die. I'm sorry, you were too busy being a see you next Tuesday, so you probably missed it. I need y'all to start listening before y'all go in y'all trick bag being all emotional. Don't you want a logical conversation? Logic predicates that anyone that leaves a child in the hospital that can't even be touched tonight is a piece of shit. Did you need to hear it again? Does that make you feel better? Like y'all in the chat talk about a baby's not a baby until a baby breathes. Have never heard a child's heartbeat. Once your heart beats, nigga, you're alive, nigga. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Let me shut up because I'll get the going off. Let me shut up.
I know you shall. I'm gonna show briefly what I saw it said on this particular article, and where it indicates that, and you may know more about H2 plus cancer than I do, obviously, but essentially they had the spread was further than expected and more aggressive chemo was needed, right? I don't know why that person calling me right now, but it was needed to combat it, and relation between Pearson and prospective parents had broke down. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if she was told to the point that means she can wait an extra, couple weeks or whatever the case is. I don't know how many more weeks that would be, like 4 or 5, 6 weeks. But I don't know if she just freaked out. Oh, I need an aggressive such and such. I don't know. Man, I had not thought about how crazy of a situation this is to be stuck in.
I mean, at the end of the day, chemo is still chemo, even if it needs to be more aggressive chemo, unless the doctors told her that this is what needs to be done, then it's bullshit. And, these are things you have to take into consideration before you become a surrogate. Because if I decide I want to have another child and I get a surrogate, now I'm preparing for a child to come.
Yeah.
Because they go through a life change. That's, it's messed up. It's sad, sure. That's also my investment. It is not easy to harvest the genetic materials needed for a surrogate.
That's true. It's expensive too.
In vitro fertilization, even if they are using her eggs. And if they used her egg, that makes it even worse. Because not only is this half of that gay couple's baby, this half of your baby too. So unless they chose a completely random egg to fertilize and place into her womb, that's half her baby too. And at the end of the day, like everybody always says, men and women are not the same. You would expect men to some degree to be callous about the situation. No shade. Just if we go by the talking points, because so many people swear to God, men don't have no emotions, men don't have no feelings, and men don't give a shit about their kids, period. Why would you expect a man to make any other decision, right? Right? See how them dumbass talking points come back and bite you in the ass? But a woman, on the other hand, as a mother, I know you care, Sean. I don't even believe that dumb shit that people be saying. I just throw the stupid talking points back for the point. But as a mother, the child is growing in your womb. Even as a surrogate. Every day, you're feeling that baby move. Anything you eat, if that baby is not with it, it's coming back out. You throwing up. You taking vitamins. You going on like jogs and walks. You're putting your feet up, you're hydrating, eating healthy and everything else just to feed the baby so that the baby grows well. It's no excuse for that. To just go ahead and say, well, I need this for me. NICU, here we come.
Is it possible? And it's just for me, just me to ask. Obviously, like I said, we don't have enough information because I don't think there's all the details specifically out there. You know what I mean? Okay, let's just go by this belief. If the doctor said we need to take immediate action, I'm not saying that they did. I'm not saying that this is impossible. I'm not saying that, but if they told her we have to take immediate action, this has to be done quickly. Would you have more of an understanding to the point that why she didn't wait? Because obviously we both don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to find stuff, but it's not easy, and that's obviously a lot of confidential stuff as well. But would that change how you feel about it, knowing she does have her own family to think of, and that she would need to do everything she can to live for them?
Nope.
Okay.
Because the reality is, when you're giving birth to a child, you're subject to die. You know how I know this? Because being with full good health. No, I'm going to tell you this is a true
story. I get it, but that's your practical mind. Like you have a brilliant mind, but you have to understand most people don't necessarily believe that. And I mean, they know it's a possibility, but they're not operating with like death. They only use that in a lot of the cases to kind of like show that, hey, you know, I'm willing to sacrifice. But a lot of times most women don't believe that they're gonna die from it. Like,
so let me tell you,
not that they can't.
I'm gonna tell you. My child will be 7 in January of next year. January 10th, 2017. I went into the hospital at 3:30 in the morning, prepared to give birth. They started an epidural. Medicine, technology, modern age shit. In the course of them administering that epidural, my blood pressure dropped 55/30. I literally almost died. So for people that are thinking that if that doesn't happen, then it's not realistic in a modern society, it in fact actually is. If they place the epidural in the wrong place, if the cord gets wrapped around the baby's throat and it's applying pressure on the placenta, if you have placenta previa, if you have gestational diabetes, all of the complications that occur during the pregnancy cycle, even today, can cause a woman to perish. Now, I'm blessed and I'm fortunate that I was in a good hospital with a great, medical team. But for about a good 5 minutes, they were pumping me full of medication to stabilize my blood pressure and to get it to go back up. I had to deliver the child with no medical assistance, which means there was a whole ring of fire. They were very concerned about that as well. They didn't think my son was going to make it. He had to be in a NICU like room for a day or two after he was born because he lost oxygen during the process that my blood pressure dropped. Very serious about what happens to mothers. And I think a lot of people have children, again, they don't plan and they don't know all of the eventualities. It happens very, very quickly. It can be devastating. Like I said, it's been within the past 5 to 10 years that 2 of my friends had complications with pregnancy. One of my friends, like I said, baby perished in the womb. They had to deliver the baby. They had to hold the baby in the womb for 2 weeks before they could deliver the baby. Imagine that, being pregnant, walking around with a lifeless child, and then having to birth it. Imagine carrying a child to full gestation, being in the hospital, and the baby has perished, and then having to birth your child and bury your child. Everybody takes like this pregnancy game so light. They take the shit lightly. Bringing life into the world, even today, is not a game or a joke.
No, I agree with that. I think this particular lady who's done it successfully before, I think listen, a lot of women don't even know that they have an ovulation cycle. So I mean,
and no one, Aaron, but no woman should ever think that just because they've had a successful pregnancy, that the next pregnancy will be the same.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
When I gave birth to my first daughter, that process was a breeze. I had an epidural from 1 centimeter. They took me off the epidural like 40 minutes before I was supposed to push her out. Pushed her out and went about life. The second one, not so much. You know, that's my stubborn child. It's all right. But no pregnancy is the same. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. I'm passionate about this.
Listen, when it comes to this stuff, I do more listening than talking. I was no idiot. Because this is what you know. So I'm just listening to understand. When I say like, I just, a lot of these times I really don't, I know that a lot of men don't obviously believe that how dangerous it is for birth. And I think a lot of women don't actually believe it as well until they go through the process and then they go, oh my gosh. But obviously people that have your background obviously are more studied and experienced, and you're like, yeah, it's deeper. But you know, most people are not on that level. They're really surface level. I'm just thinking to myself as I break down each scenario, I'm like, if it's first of all, as a man, and this being and shout out to Gora, I appreciate the super chat family. I have to say, as a man, if this was my wife carrying the surrogate or the child, I would have nothing to say. Obviously, let's be clear, because ain't nothing I can say. I can't say, no, honey, you need to focus on our family and get rid of that child, because that would be dumb. Because I don't know the emotions she has, this and that. I mean, I could think it if I wanted to, but I would never say that out loud because that's dumb in my opinion. But I just think like this is a crazy situation because, one, how do you support her in this particular situation, right? I don't know. Because like, honestly, it's like a woman telling, hey, I'm pregnant. You really only got 2 options. Either the relationship gonna be over, or you say, or if she, when a woman say, what do you want to do? Right? As a man, the option really is to say, well, if you want the relationship to go well, be like, I'm happy we having a baby. And if you don't want it to go well, just when you say like, well, what do you want to do? I'm with whatever you want. Like, it's a very, very, very dangerous situation for men, I say. So I don't know what her family is thinking in this moment. But some people are not think like me, and they probably like, F that kid, we get to do it. Your life is more important. And I think most women believe their life is more important. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's their choice, at least, to determine who should take priority, whether it's the mom or the carrier or the parent, whatever, to make the decision. And most time, I think women would say, I want to fight for my child. Let me die. I will agree. I've heard that more often than not. But in this situation it's technically not her child. Should she be feeling like that? And I'm not trying to sound heartless because, like I said, it's a very complicated conversation. But I'm trying to be fair to her because it does sound pretty selfish of her right now, to be honest, from what you, especially how you broke it down. But if she been told an aggressive situation exists and they need to take immediate action, she's like, okay, I need to get this child out now and go directly into it. I can't say I fault her for it, especially if she's terrified, fearful, etc. But as a family member, boy, you do not know how to support in this situation. Like, how would you advise me to support her in this situation? Out of curiosity. And if you don't want to answer, that's fine. Because like I said, this is very complex.
Nah, you know, I'm pretty honest. Like, I am who I am. So I kind of keep it real. Honestly, in this situation, and not for nothing, I don't recommend women that are married become surrogates. I don't think that's a married woman's game, unless you are becoming a surrogate for a family member, because then the situation is different. Because if you're carrying your sister's child, if you're carrying your brother's child, you're going to treat that baby, or your attachment to that baby is going to be a familial one. When people are using their body as a capitalistic enterprise, something is wrong with the mindset. Have you ever seen that movie Repo Man?
Yeah, you probably. I don't really watch movies. You don't want to pick me. Ask the chat.
Okay.
Pick me when it comes to movies. It's like taking me out on a new date every time we see a movie.
Okay. All right. I got to start sending you some list of movies to watch. But Repo Man basically was like when people would like get their boobs done or like get a heart surgery or whatever, and they ain't pay the bill. People would come back. The Repo Man would come back and repossess that body part. You sold your womb. That's all you are in the moment. In the 40 weeks, you a piece of property. You now belong to somebody. You no longer an individual, and you were paid for your services. And again, I'm going to keep referring to the surrogates' rights laws. If the intended parents don't have the option to abandon a surrogate, and the surrogate can then take the intended parents to court for child support, for medical expenses, so on and so forth, you don't have the right to terminate your end of the contract because it's uncomfortable for you. The reality is your soul and your body was worth whatever the negotiated price was when you set that contract. Maybe next time set your price higher. And the thing that makes this so sick is once she's healed from cancer, I bet you money she'll go out and be a surrogate again.
See, this is really interesting. Like, and it's dangerous too, because I don't know what's right or wrong, but the way that I'm thinking is there are a lot of women that I don't know, maybe they just love life, love children. I don't know. I don't know the right words, but want to help a family that have almost zero ability to have children unless someone becomes a surrogate for them. I understand there are people like that, and maybe they consider good people. You might consider them a little wild type people. I don't know. And so in this scenario, it seems like she's that type of woman in the sense of she wants to, because she said in the article, I wanted to give them a family, things like that. Obviously, she want to get paid for it too, and I'm sure she was paid decently. I don't know how much you can get paid. I want to say probably, I don't know. You tell me, 40 grand, 60 grand. I don't know. Sometimes more if it was
100 grand. Like the prices for people's wombs to be purchased are astronomical. So, I mean, I get it. IR first cause. What's the laws? You can't treat like a business deal. She was helping a family who couldn't have a child, not farming. The reality was, no, she made a business deal. Like, whether you like it or not, there are laws governing surrogacy. So True. It is a business deal. Whenever there are contracts involved, that's business. It's not like she was just having sex with one of the gay men and randomly got pregnant. Do you know what it takes to get someone pregnant that you're not having sex with? A man has to ejaculate into a cup or whatever. The semen then has to be extracted. Usually, when they are implanting embryos inside of a uterus, they have to harvest eggs from the mother, which means a round or 2 or 10 of hormonal therapy so that they can harvest good eggs. They have to then, put the semen and the eggs together to develop embryos. They usually will ask the intended parents what gender they want. They tell them how many of them are boys, how many of them are girls. They store the rest. It's a lot of money involved in surrogacy.
Oh yeah, all the way around, all the way around. The doc, in my opinion, when it comes to like IVF and all this type of stuff, it's still amazing science. The doctors are amazing. Let me be clear. I don't want to say it, but boy, they be milking. We need to do round 2 and round 3 just in case. I'm like, they be getting so much money with people's desires. And I don't know if you feel that, because I know this is kind of like your feel. I just know just the emotions that come with children and the money that people are willing to dish out. These doctors can make a lot of money.
Absolutely. That's the only field. Science is the only field. Okay. Science is the only field. Genetics is going to gain you the biggest salary. And now with CRISPR-9 technology in play, we have designer children. You can choose your child's hair type. You can choose your child's skin color. You can choose your child's gender, eye coloring, so on and so forth. That's why they keep doing genetic research on blood draws. Well, you're right, JJ Carver. I mean, there are bigger, but I believe that it's the biggest because of the ties to transhumanism, which is where we're going next. I want you guys to fully understand. Go ahead.
No, I got a show in the back of my mind that I'm going to kind of cover, that kind of touch on some of this down the line.
Oh, let me know. I would love to be there. It turns me on talking. I love science. I love science.
You already trying to chop this woman's head off right now for what she done.
I'm not trying to chop her head off. I just think that women have to stop it. Like, stop it. Don't just have a bleeding heart for this woman because this woman was pregnant and she got cancer. Because the reality is, when you are choosing to be a vagina for hire, there are decisions that you have to make.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't believe she, like, I don't know if they go into believing, like, you know what, I need to be willing to die for the child. I don't believe they go into this thinking that.
Of course, nobody goes into anything thinking anything. People just sign things. People just create content. I mean, not content, contracts. People just decide that, oh, hey, they're going to pay me this much. Okay. And she can terminate the contract within the first 6 months of pregnancy if she's the genetic mother.
Okay, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, the surrogacy contract outlines the medical procedures the surrogate agrees to and any medical aspect she's uncomfortable with. The contract also legally absolves her of unwanted post-birth rights and responsibility to the intended parent's child. And she has to have her own freaking legal representation.
Oh, she's the primary breadwinner in her family. She has 4 kids, age 3, 5, 12, and 13.
Mm-hmm. And instead of being a mother, no, it doesn't, Sean Lovelace. You sound crazy when chemotherapy is safe in the 2nd and 3rd trimesters. I'm sorry, you may have just came late to the show. Do you need me to drop you a link in the chat so you can read up on it and get your mind right? Like, I need people that don't never have, that ain't never had no children, ain't gonna have no children. Don't talk about what crazy is. But anyway, like how I was saying, you know, if she had 4 children in those age ranges, it's irresponsible as a mother. It's selfish as a mother to put yourself out there, to be low energy, and to not be able to interact with your children for 10 months for a child that is not yours, just for money. If she's the primary breadwinner, that just goes to prove that every marriage isn't a covering.
So it's interesting you say that, right? Because we've had conversations, not specifically me and you, about this particular thing, but I've been saying women want to get paid to be mothers, right? We've been going back. They've been talking about a stay-at-home wife, mom is worth 200 grand and all this type of stuff. And I'm like, just listening, it sounds like you want to be paid to be a mom when there's no amount of money that can actually pay for that, right? And so when you kind of look at it like this, it's like, okay, they willing to be paid to be a mom, because only really you break it down to understand that you can die for this.
Well, Callie, pregnancy prevents her from interacting with the other kids because you have usually 2 to 3 months of morning sickness. You're not operating at your best capacity during those 2 to 3 months. You're not. You're tired. You're listless, especially if you have an adverse reaction to prenatal vitamins. Like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong. If you're sick, if you get gestational diabetes, like her having cancer, I'm sure that impeded her hanging out with her children too. There's so many things that can go wrong because each pregnancy is different. I'm not even going to risk not giving my children the same energy that they deserve for a sibling that they will not know. Imagine a 3-year-old running around looking at mommy's belly. Oh, mommy's pregnant. We're going to have a little brother. We're going to have a little sister. Then mommy's not pregnant no more. Where's the baby? The psychological effects to a child in that age range that cannot understand complex concepts is devastating. See, there's a whole bunch of things to consider. And again, where was her husband? Not making the money, not taking care of the family, and not holding it down. So when you sit there and you want to vilify women for not being married, stupid, what type of facts are those? Every husband is not a provider. Every husband is not a protector. Because she shouldn't have even been that financially strapped that's what she decided to do. But I mean, everybody has the right to do whatever they want to do with their vaginas and their bodies. But, you know, you've now devastated the lives of your children, especially the young ones. Why should you be pregnant? Now you don't have now you don't have a baby. Now they don't have a sibling. They got to deal with that for the rest of their life. You've devastated the intended parents because they spent money. Who knows if that was their whole life savings? Who knows if they have the opportunity to have another surrogate again?
That's a good question.
Y'all, both her and the intended parents, left the baby in the hospital to perish. So they both of them, her and them, deserve a special place in hell.
Well, I think it's the way the woman told the story in the condensed version is it had nothing to do with the surrogate parent. The child just couldn't survive. It's not like they went there and told the doctor, let it die. Like, I don't think the doctors are allowed to do that anyway. So she's just kind of made the story sound more harsh than it was. I don't think the surrogate parents had anything like to do with pushing that to happen or whatever. She made a decision and the child was not able to sustain life. That's what ultimately I believe that's what I read that happened. I don't think they were like there and wishing that happened or anything like that. So
it doesn't, of course they weren't wishing for that to happen. But the point is, I'm sure they were not there taking care of the baby, loving on the baby. You know how NICU babies survive?
That's a good point.
NICU babies survive because their parents don't leave their side. Shout out to all the parents that held it down for their children in the NICU. And
That's a
y'all
good-
stop being so like pedantic that you think everything is under the umbrella of feminism. Like I swear to God, I need y'all to really start utilizing your fancy phones and your brains and really look up what feminism is. You don't have to agree with the conversation that we're having, but don't say stupid shit. Van Rowe, obviously she wasn't, because if she was willing to adopt a child, then she would have took the child home.
I think she. Well, let me play that. Let me play it again. I thought she said she would adopt the child. I don't know.
Yeah, she said she would, and then they said they didn't want their DNA out there.
Yeah.
But the point is, she has rights too, as the physical mother. Regardless to whatever they said, that would have just been a lawsuit.
True.
You know, just because people say things.
She does have rights.
Right. Just because someone says something, anybody can say anything. I can tell you that ass crack tastes good. I don't know that that's the case, but I could tell you that shit. And then you'll be like, well, Raw B said it tastes good. Let me see for myself. Then you put your face down there. Don't taste too good. That be on you, because I lied to you. People lie. Let's stop acting like people don't lie every day. Just dumb.
Oh man, when it just
It's dumb.
man. I wonder if they could have commissioned her literally. See, I think they were fair though, because they said just get a deletion. They didn't say you better keep carry the baby to term, because they couldn't do that, but they didn't try to force that either. But I don't know if it's in the contract. Should they be able to force you? I don't know. I think you'd be able to violate that contract and get away with not doing it. So, but the thing is, should they have to pay? Oh, wait, this is complicated.
Nah, she should have to refund them. She owes them a refund.
No way she owes them a refund. No way.
Absolutely, she do owe them a refund. And the condensation from the chat by minimizing a conversation to feminism is just as preposterous. The inability of a lot of y'all to sit there and just simply enjoy a conversation and engage in a meaningful way without being antagonistic, and that's putting it nicely, is ridiculous as well. So if you can take a lick, I mean, if you could pass a lick, you could take a lick. Otherwise, be quiet then. What up, though? But yeah, she owes them a refund because she wasted their money. They put forth their parameters. They wanted her to.
You can't get no refund in a scenario like this. This is crazy.
Yes, you can. It's a breach of contract. It may be heartless, sure, but it still can happen.
Whoo-wee, that is heartless. But she got diagnosed after she started, which means I don't know if they screen you for that prior. Would you know?
Yeah, they do. There's all type of blood work and stuff like that they have to screen for. You have to be in a certain state.
Yeah, I know they do. Okay, I know that I read up they do some screening. I just didn't know what levels, like how far of it. So, wow. So she got screened for it, passed, then later got diagnosed, and because obviously misdiagnosis or fault or not identified happens all the time. So now she gets diagnosed after, and I mean, would they be responsible for that? Kind of.
They're responsible for all of her medical treatment.
Would that be considered medical treatment?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that they had to just pay for the chemo and all that stuff, but that for the actual payment of delivery, hell no. That's basically what you said.
Yeah, even the cost of the delivery fee, like, labor and delivery, surrogate or the intended parents are responsible for all medical expenses according to California law.
Yep. Yeah.
So, Now let me share this tab with you, Aaron. Share the screen, please.
You got a lot of screens. I only got one.
It's time to get you another monitor, my good brother.
I can't do it because the way you can pay attention to the chat and do this, nah, I'm cool.
Yeah, I'm always just listen, I'm trying to get my third and
You got
fourth.
like 3 screens, or I ain't doing this with you. You got like 3 screens.
Really like 4 because I have my laptop too and I have my cell phone too, so I'll be all over. But so for those of you that said I'm wrong about what they actually screen for with surrogacy, let's look at it. The screening process will depend in part on the agency or professional intended parents choose to work with. Surrogacy agents often develop their own processes and requirements. For surrogate mothers in general, the following services are included in most surrogate screening processes: medical, social, and drug history. Many agencies ask women interested in surrogacy to first submit self-disclosed medical, social, and drug history information for themselves and their families. Later, they will also be required to submit official medical records from their physician. Birth records. In addition to their general medical records, prospective surrogates will need to submit birth records from any previous pregnancies. Most agencies require their surrogates to have prior successful pregnancies with no major complications. A medical workup. Prospective surrogates will be required to undergo a complete medical workup to check their blood type, hormone levels. The surrogate will need to complete a pap smear, uterine test check, STD testing, drug screen, and more. Her spouse or partner will also undergo the drug screen and blood test to test for infectious diseases. These exams ensure the the prospective surrogate is physically healthy and ready to carry a pregnancy to term. The agency also does criminal and child abuse background checks to ensure the prospective surrogates have no prior convictions that might impact the safety of the surrogacy process. In-home assessments. A licensed social worker will meet with the prospective surrogate and her spouse or partner in their home. During this visit, they will discuss the surrogate's motivation for surrogacy, any fears or concern, and her partner's commitment to surrogacy. The visit helps the social worker get to know the prospective surrogate and ensure she's a good fit for the agency. Prospective surrogates will also be asked to meet with a psychologist to determine that they are emotionally ready for the challenges of surrogacy. So when we're actually talking about making the decision to be a surrogate, it is very involved. And when we're talking about familial medical history, I know a lot of people don't got the my charts. They don't go to the doctor. When you go to the doctor's office, though, what they ask you is, does anybody in your family have a history of cancer, heart disease, lung complications, mental illnesses, so on and so forth? They further break it down during that initial appointment and these screenings to ask you who in your familial line has cancer. Oh, did your mother have cancer? Did your grandmother have cancer? Did your father have cancer? Did your grandfather have cancer? Which one has blah, blah, blah. So they can determine which bloodline these disease processes follow, which also is an indicator of the likelihood of you getting the disease processes that fall in alignment with your family, which is why women that have parents, aunts, and grandparents that have exhibited any type of cancer, especially breast cancer, are slated to get mammograms and cervical checkups for cancer earlier and more frequently. But what do I know? I just worked in medicine for a super long time and I just have degrees in science. Oh no. Go ahead, Aaron.
You know, this is so crazy. Now, let me ask you this. How much can you sell an egg for? I'm curious. Because in my mind, I'm like, is it better to sell the egg or carry the child? And I don't, obviously, saying better is probably not the right word, but which one is safer or more profitable? I don't know. That's probably not a good word, but that's all I could think of because they are selling them. Like, how much can she sell her eggs for as opposed to carrying a child?
$5,000 to $10,000.
And is that per bundle or per egg?
Per egg.
Wow.
Because it's the harvesting process that makes the price so high. Again, like I said, you have to go through hormone injections. You have to do hormone injections for 2 weeks to a month in order to stimulate the follicles of the fallopian tubes and the ovaries to, kind of erupt and get ready to push the eggs out in order for them to extract them. It's a pretty uncomfortable process.
Yeah.
And then you could go in and, pull them out.
Dang, that's crazy, right? Oh, shout out to Grizz for the Cash App. You are the sponsor of the show, Grizz. The reason why I say that's crazy, because one, obviously, I know very, very little, just a little bit, but that I don't think that you can. Then that won't work. I think it's better off trying to be a surrogate then, because you can't predict how many eggs will come out, right? I think you can't do that. So you would probably need about 10 eggs to make 100K, or maybe 8 eggs to get 100K. And you probably could charge a 60 to 100K just to carry the child. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a woman right now, because boy, oh boy, that is scary. I don't know. And plus, you only got a finite number of eggs, right? I don't know how much you get born with, but
yeah, you have a finite number. The eggs that women have in
the
their
average
body.
Let's see if we can look up the average eggs.
I mean, you get 1 cycle per month on average for your lifetime. Most women start having their cycle around the age of 10. They don't.
How many eggs do you lose during a cycle?
Just 1.
Oh, so you lose just 1 egg. Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3. Like if you have a hyperactive, situation, you can lose more than that. But about 1 is the average. Most people lose 1. So because it alternates. Like 1 month, your left ovary might expel a egg. The next month, your right ovary might expel an egg. If you've been super excited, honey, that's how y'all get them twisted triplets, okay? Because then your ovaries be like, oh, shoot now. Let everybody shoot out. But so most women go into menopause about 50. So you got about a good 40 years worth of eggs. 12 times 40 is 480 eggs, roughly. Now, for those that don't understand the need to honestly answer questions about your family tree when it comes to things like cancers and how that is a predictor, can you share the screen?
I can't stand you sometimes.
Wait. I mean, I like to educate. People get in their feelings. So we're going to make sure, everybody understand before they leave, so that they could go to the doctor, get the my chart, get shit together. Some families have a higher risk of cancer because family members carry an inherited gene mutation that is passed from a parent to a child. Some inherited gene mutations are linked to a family cancer syndrome, also called an inherited or hereditary cancer syndrome, such as Lynch syndrome. About 5 to 10% of all cancers are inherited. These are clues that cancer may be related to an inherited gene mutation. Family members who were diagnosed with cancer at a young age. Many family members have the same type or a related type of cancer. Someone in the family develops more than one type of cancer, such as breast and ovarian cancers. Cancers is in both pairs of an organ, such as both breasts, both kidneys, or both eyes. Family members have an uncommon or rare type of cancer. There is more than one case of childhood cancer in siblings, brothers, and sisters. When trying to decide whether a family history of cancer may be hereditary, it is important to note that the relatives with cancer only count if they're blood relatives of each other. For example, you could have 2 aunts with breast cancer on one on each side of the family. They aren't blood relatives of each other, so it is less likely to be hereditary than if they were on the same side of the family. Excuse me. Hello, handsome.
Robbie is on a call, y'all, so you have to forgive her for the moment. Make sure she doesn't accidentally say anything. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little torn now. So, ladies, Y'all got some expensive eggs. That's what's broken down to me. Because I was told the max the men can do, especially black men, the max we probably could sell, like we should raise prices for our sperm as black males, right? Because there ain't a lot out there, probably less than 2% in all the nation. So we should raise prices for the men. But god dang, 6, 8, 10K an egg, Jesus Christ, man. Now wonder they laugh at men and say that's free out here because they ain't charging nothing for us.
Excuse me.
No, it's okay. I muted you because I know you have the mic thing, but just in case, I had to make sure you was good.
Appreciate you.
I don't know now. Now I'm raising my prices for sperm though, because I know for the black males, it's man, I ain't got no options there. That's what the brass said, so I know that was options load in. So, but man, if I could get 5K, even 2 bands, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now I'm torn. Because I'm fighting against my own thoughts of there be kids out there that I won't know about, but they give me 5 bands for some. I don't know. I don't know if
I mean, you can make some bands for selling your sperm.
Nah. I don't think.
It will take you 6 months, but you can make $4,000 in 6 months by donating once or twice a week. I mean, most people, Aaron, come on now, most men, you know.
You thinking about the Kevin Hart movie when he was getting that money, showing up getting blasted?
No, I promise you.
Oh man. No.
See, this is why Aaron always be starting it. He'd be like, he can't stand me. This is why Aaron love me. Aaron, share the screen.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Oh Lord. So this is from this is from Fairfax Crypto Bank. On average, sperm donors are paid between 100 to 120 per donation visit. Donating 1 to 2 times per week, donors can earn an average of $4,000 in 6 months. Okay.
Oh no.
And you can refer your boys too, and then you can earn an extra $1,000 to $2,000.
So you telling me I can make 8 bands a year? Is it tax free though?
I would assume so. It's a donation.
I need that money. I need 8 bands a year. Man, I can't do it. I can't do it because it still would bother me. Maybe if I had children already, and then I was like, you know what, I can help a family out, I'd probably do it, but I don't have no kids, so I can't foresee my like DNA out in the world. And like I said, that might be some weird way of thinking, and I'm not infallible for that, but I can't even don't know. I feel weird going down there to try to donate. Sir, take this in the room. Mark your respect. No. First of all, no. Nope. Nope. Because then I'm gonna be now she got me mad. Now I gotta think about some lady reading my chart talking about I don't want his kids. Nah, buddy. Nope.
Now, Aaron, I'm gonna need you to stop it right now. First of all, you are
Nope. They got a list of guys. Okay, I'm 5'5", brown eyes, dark brown. They want 6'3", lime green eyes, you know. So
first of all, I'm not ever,
students.
No, I'm not ever believing you, Aaron. You know what? I'm not going. I'm not.
Have you ever listen? As far as you know, I barely nope, because they didn't know Nadish could walk.
Well, that's because they silly as shit.
They didn't know.
Aaron, I'm a connoisseur of fine men. Okay, fine men are like fine wine. Aaron, let me tell you,
they're not gonna know what I look like. They just gonna read off of it. No.
This is what I'm telling you, Aaron. I know you like to play. You like to play in the people's faces. You fighting that sleep. You playing in the people's face. But I know for a fact that you're not 5'5".
5'5", brown eyes.
First, we're not playing with Aaron. Ladies, if y'all believe that Aaron is 5'5", put a 2 in the chat. If y'all think Aaron is all cap, put them caps in the chat. Okay.
And if y'all think Nadish can walk, put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's all cap. We need more evidence. We need more evidence. I don't believe it. I don't believe he can walk. I don't. I need more evidence. Oh man.
Did you see that, Levermont? You just said that you don't
Uh-uh.
you don't watch movies, but there's a movie called Family Man, right? The man wound up being a sperm donor in his college days, and he wound up having like a couple hundred kids. Like, and then there was this whole lawsuit because they were trying to find their dad. It's a Vince Vaughn movie.
Is this a like a fictional one?
Yeah, it's fictional.
Okay, because there's a guy in, like, I was reading up on it either in Denmark or Norway or something, and he kind of broke the rules. He had like hundreds, 500 kids or whatever. He had donated way too much, and he had allowed, and he's supposed to get in trouble because he got too many kids that might mate with each other. So, and that's a real story.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, some people be out there, they be at the donation spot every day. Like, get your money, man. I ain't mad at you. Y'all gonna do it anyway. You gonna do it in the stock. Well, I do it in the stock for free. Well, you could get $100. I'm just saying, it don't even hurt y'all. But
well, hold on, Sean Gates. I don't know if it's 500, but it's definitely a few hundred, definitely a couple hundred. It's somewhere in Norway or Denmark. You can look it up. He in trouble, by the way. He ain't supposed to be giving all the kids, but yeah, nah, I just can't. I can't have them reading over my chart, going Chris Brown, Diddy. Who is this Aaron O'Cat? Nah, get him off my. I'm not gonna embarrass myself.
That's not even what. That's not even how the profiles look.
That is how it works. They read up. They be like, they go height. First thing they do is that height. Then they get the race.
I'm not.
Then they get the education. You know, I dropped out in 6th grade, so you know, so that like it's gonna be bad. They're gonna have Harvard, Brown.
Right. Thank you.
Hampton.
Laughing at the silliness.
I don't want the black women to be ashamed. Look at the options I got of this black man who's 5'5" YouTuber. Disgust me. So yeah, I don't want to let my people down that way. I don't want to do it.
If y'all believe it, then I got a bridge to sell y'all. Cause Aaron don't ever be fooling me, y'all. But this is the character that he chooses to embody.
Listen, I'm a YouTuber, and I'm gonna put that on there as my profession. Okay, so I don't know how many women are looking for YouTubers right now. I don't know. I know they looking for if I was opening toys up and I was making $23 million a year on YouTube, they'd probably be looking for that. But they ain't no toys.
Aaron, knock it off.
No, I'm okay, fine. I'm just saying you over here telling me this when y'all get $8,000 in the egg, and you mad at me because they gonna laugh at me, and I gotta go back. How many times can you go a month?
You could go twice a week.
What the twice a week?
Mm-hmm.
So that mathematical formula that you read there was me going twice a week for 6 months to get 4 bears.
Yeah.
So why we got brothers in the hood? That's nope. What's the minimum criteria? Because something ain't right.
Because people just simply don't know. Like, not for nothing, like how we had to explain a lot of medical stuff to people today. People simply don't know. Which is why, you know, it's important for us as a people to do more than just run our mouths, though. Like, read, just, you know, be curious. Chat GPT.
What is you doing here? What are you doing here?
Who, me?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, no, not my twin. Hi, twin.
He come to talk about donating this. AO says, watch She Hate Me. They paid the dude, Anthony Mackie, $10K per try to get them pregnant. That's my price. Who the heck is Anthony Mackie?
A sexy black man.
And he can charge 10 bands?
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong profession. I quit. I'm not doing it. Hey, AL, send me the information on that. I'm not doing this to myself. Man, if I could just charge 7 bands, because I can't keep showing up twice a week for 6 months. I can't do that. Because then people gonna know me. They're gonna be like, oh, it's you. You be here. No, nope. Not embarrassing myself that way.
Listen, look, JB's avatar looks like my avatar too. Oh, that's my very best friend in the whole wide world.
Yeah.
Yo, Aaron, I need to black out real quick. As they would say on Chaotic Show. Can I black out real quick?
Oh God, here we
Yeah,
go.
we got time. We good.
Okay. So first of all, I'm glad to be able to come up right now because I've been swamped, man, with the little new one. So
Yeah,
but
congratulations, by the way, brother. I said on one of my shows, but I couldn't say
Congratulations.
who at the time because I can't have your information out without your permission. Go ahead.
thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Aaron. Bro, this case, I haven't been listening for like the past 10 minutes, so forgive me if I missed some extra context, right? But if we still talking about the lady, the surrogate, right?
Yeah, we are.
So this case, man, it makes me really sad, right? Because all right, let me tell you something, bro. I'm 29, right? And I've had a pretty eventful life so far. And I'm gonna tell you, bro, the most the happiest and most joyful moment of my life, you know when that was, bro?
When you had your baby.
Was when I was sitting in the postpartum room with Cam laying on the bed, and I'm looking at my little baby in the bassinet, right? That was the most happiest, the most joyful moment of my entire life so far. Like literally, like there's nothing that compares to that, right? And then when I think of what's the second best thing, the second best thing was when we first did the ultrasound, right? And then I heard his heartbeat, right? The third best thing in my life so far was when Cam showed me the P stick, right? I'm saying this to say, bro, like I've been pro-life, right? I've been pro, even when I was on the left, I've been pro-life. But when I think about, these stories, and when I think about how people just are okay with killing babies, right? And they call it, they give it this nice little word, abortion, right? But I heard my baby's heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? I actually heard my baby's heartbeat, right? That's a life. And I see how people are so comfortable with that. You know, some of these women use that shit as birth control. It pisses me off, bro. Like, I'm telling y'all would not want me as y'all politician, because I'll be the most extreme of extreme when it comes to this topic, bro. Like, it really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. So, when I think about this lady, and I actually agree with Robbie on a specific point, like on the surrogacy point, when she mentioned how the idea of like women just selling off their wombs, right, or renting it off. I really have a problem with that. But I do think like there's one case where it's valid, right? Like the one case where I think I would support surrogacy is if you have a married heterosexual couple and they have fertility issues, right? And somebody says, you know what, I want to help out, right? I think that's perfect. I would think that's okay. Like not just for the capitalist need, but actually to help somebody else have a family. But when you have, not only do you have it's these gay guys, right? And then you have this woman basically being pressured to abort the child. I disagree with, at least from what I heard from Rob B, I disagree with her wholeheartedly. Like I think that woman, she did what she should have done, right? I'm pretty sure like the same woman who decided, I'm not gonna just abort this baby, right? I'm not gonna just abort this baby because y'all want me to. I'm gonna try to protect this life. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't just give birth at 25 weeks, I think is what y'all said, to basically have the equivalent of abortion anyway. Right. I'm sure, and I'm just saying this from my experience, going to all the doctor's visits with my wife, like, I'm sure there's some reason that her doctors maybe said, we got to do this now. It's now or never kind of thing. But either way, like somebody got to look out for these babies, man. Like somebody, like when you look at the rates in New York, Aaron, do you know that the most dangerous place for a black baby in New York is in the mama's womb?
Listen.
Like if you look at the rates in New York, bro, like this to me, this is one of the most important. You know how Larry Elder says that one of the most important things is fatherlessness? I agree with him, but I think this is one of the most important things, bro, is how we're just so comfortable with killing babies. And I call it killing babies. Stop calling it abortion, right? Because it's a nice word for allowing women. It's a nice word for allowing women to murder children.
Jay Bizzle, those words are not YouTube friendly.
Oh, my bad.
Number two,
I'm gonna charge him for that, Robbie. Don't worry.
Okay. The issue is that if she can make it to 25 weeks, she could have made it to 28.
You don't know that, Robbie.
You're right. I don't know that as a matter of fact, but I do though, because like I said, my best friend went into the hospital with no amniotic fluid. None. you have a child, so you know how important the amniotic fluid is. They kept that baby inside of her for 3 to 4 additional weeks so she could be born healthy. Yes? So if they can keep a child inside a womb with no amniotic fluid, and chemotherapy is an option on the table because chemotherapy does not have adverse effects during the second trimester of pregnancy, she could have taken chemotherapy, the lighter version, for the 3 weeks. The child could have been born with better chances to survive, and then she could have proceeded with aggressive chemotherapy after. Now,
Again, Robbie, if we know for a fact,
I didn't interrupt you, love.
Okay, you're right. My bad. Go ahead. You're right.
Now, you're talking about where Black babies are the safest, but this is not a story about Black women. There's not a story about Black women. So
I wasn't saying it was.
I know, but you made reference to Black women. And what we're talking about right now is a white woman that chose to become a surrogate because racially, most surrogates are not African American. So this is not an African American problem. And you made it about Black women. But hold on a second. Aaron, can you share the screen? Because we about to enter the matrix, y'all. This is Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility.
Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility, powered entirely by renewable energy. Ectolife allows infertile couple to conceive a baby and become the true biological parents of their own offspring. It's a perfect solution for women who had their uterus surgically removed due to cancer or other complications. With Ectolife, premature births and C-sections will be a thing of the past. Ectolife is designed to help countries that are suffering from severe population decline, including Japan, Bulgaria, South Korea, and many others. The facility features 75 highly equipped labs. Each state-of-the-art lab can accommodate up to 400 growth pods or artificial wombs. Every pod is designed to replicate the exact conditions that exist inside the mother's uterus.
Like, I get the point you're making, right? I'm with you, by the way, when it comes to the artificial womb stuff, right? There's actually a good. I think I sent that paper to Aaron a while ago. A good paper I read on this. I think I sent it to Aaron. I don't know if Aaron remembers, but so I listen. I'm with you on that. And by the way, I wasn't saying this is an African American issue. What I was saying is this: is that
deletion could be an African American issue. I think that's.
But here's the point that I was making there. I was just making a general point about abortion, right? About abortion, and specifically for me, I think about it a lot when it comes to Black people because of how much Black women are more susceptible to having abortions. Like every study shows this across the board. You cannot find a single study that does not show that Black women are the most susceptible to. I'm not talking about they're the ones who have the most abortions because they're not the majority of the female population, but per capita, Black women, every single study, okay, across the board, across the entire United States shows that Black women, at least by any educated number, right? Because it's hard to track abortions, right? It's not the easiest thing, right? But Black women are more susceptible to it, and so that's why I brought that up. But my point is more in general against this idea that we just get to delete children, right? And we've given it this nice little word, right? Abortion, right? We've given it this nice little word, and to me, this also speaks to a bigger trend, right? Cameron and I were just talking about this, like a bigger trend that I see in society that I really hate is how we've devalued everything. Right, everything is devalued in society today, right? The pussy's devalued, right? You just need $40, right? And half these chicks is going, right? Pussy's devalued. Dudes have no value over their own penises, right? So they willing to stick it in everything. The womb is undervalued because these women open their legs for everybody and they let them nut in them, right? Marriage has no value because people just get married and get divorced, right? Everything has no value. Like things that were supposed to have some type of value, that was supposed to be sacred, people don't value them no more. So that's why people could just go and off a baby, right? Delete a baby, and then try to make excuses for it and try to tell me about how traumatizing it is, right? And try to make it about themselves, right? Like, it's my body, my choice. But what about the fucking baby, right? We're not talking about your body. We're talking about the baby. What about the baby, right? Because that baby did not ask to be in that situation.
Okay, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I know this for a fact, though. Of course, the studies that you find are going to show that women of color are more susceptible to deletions because that's the narrative. You do know
No, that's the facts.
No, that's the narrative. You do know the ideology behind Planned Parenthood, correct?
Okay, we're not talking about that history. I know all about Planned Parenthood, right? But I'm talking about the actual raw numbers today. The raw numbers that we have today show, and if you can show me a single study that disproves this, Robbie, this is not about ideology. This is not, I'm talking about what group of women get the most abortions per capita. That number is indisputable. Even matter of fact, hold up. Matter of fact, hold up. No. Matter of fact, hold up, right? Even if there was a statistical error, okay, we could go into statistics about this, right? The differences, the variations is so large that even if there was a statistical error, right, it's still Black women. It's still Black women. I really dare you to show me a study that disproves this.
Well, let's clarify what it is that you're talking about. Are you talking about per capita who's having the most? Because that would
yes, that's what I said. You have to wait, Robbie. You got to look at.
If I'm asking you for clarification,
yes,
excuse
it's per
me.
capita.
If I'm asking you for clarification, could you be able to listen to the question so you know what you're clarifying?
Yes, it's per capita.
So what you initially said was.
You can rewind it. I literally said per capita. You can rewind it right now.
Are you going to keep talking over me, or are you going to listen to what I say? You know,
I said per capita.
It is possible for you to be wrong. What you actually initially stated was Black women are more susceptible to getting abortion, but of course they're not going to have the most abortions because there are more women in other nationalities. That's what you said.
I literally said the word per capita.
No,
you can actually
Aaron,
can you rewind it? Because I don't want to do this. Aaron, can you just rewind it? Aaron, can you rewind it?
I'm not getting involved in this.
No, Aaron, I'm not doing this. I'm not playing. Listen, I'm not playing these games.
What you said
I literally said it. So rewind it. How about you rewind it? You like showing the proof, Robbie. You like showing the proof. Pull up the video and rewind it.
Okay.
Pull up the video and rewind it. Go ahead. Pull up the video and rewind it.
I swear to God, some people just can't never
pull up the video and rewind it. I'm not arguing with you. I know what I said.
But you're the one that's yelling.
I know what I said.
Stop yelling.
I know what I said. Pull up the video and rewind it.
Stop yelling.
We're not playing those
games.
You're a father
now. Stop yelling.
Everything I've said here is backed by data and statistics. Raw numbers. Aaron, are you gonna add anything to this while she searches up?
I don't want to know. I don't want no trouble. I don't no trouble. I don't want no trouble. Well, the thing that comes to mind, right? Ideally, is what I'm hearing is that the complicated part comes that I do agree that I'm going to presume, right, that she had no choice, right? Like you said, I'm going to agree with she didn't really have a choice, or she didn't believe she had one, whatever the case was, and that's why she moved to try to have the child. It's a very difficult situation. Honestly, I just really don't know. I really don't know what to do because it seems like there's no right answer. Honestly,
Aaron, I think there is, right? So I agree. I actually agree with Rob B that if indeed she did have a choice, right, then she shouldn't have done it at 25, right? At 25 weeks, right? But the thing is, we don't know that, right? One of the things I've learned even just going through this process with my wife is that everything is circumstantial and it's case by case basis when it comes to women in pregnancy, right? And so you don't know what her doctors told her. You don't know what her situation was. You can assume all day, but we don't know. So if Robbie is right that she actually had the choice, then cool, I agree with her, right? But we don't know that. So you're just going based off your assumption and you're building a whole foundation off of that. We can't do
You're
that because
going
we
based off the
don't know.
assumption that she didn't have the choice, and you're building a whole narrative off of that.
Well, that's the most likely assumption, though.
No,
Like
it's not the
you're
most
making
likely
it actually
assumption.
is. It actually is because it's circumstantial.
It actually isn't. If she already came to the intended parents, and I have the video queued up, you can share it whenever you want to, Aaron. If she went to the intended parents already and she asked them if she could have the child early, and they said no, she couldn't, it is more likely than not that she said she didn't care about their feelings and she was going to do what she needed.
I'm talking about the doctors. I'm not talking about what she just. I'm talking about what her doctors told her.
You are sitting here creating a narrative and making something out of nothing. If we look at the situation, unemotional, completely without emotion.
Yeah, without emotion, her doctors would tell her whether or not she's ready for pregnancy.
No, if she asked the intended parents if she could have a early induction of labor, and they said they wanted her to wait until 34 weeks. And then she said, well, if I have it earlier than that, then I'll just adopt the child. And they still said no. Then it does make more sense that she would just go ahead and do what it is that she.
Okay, so once again, you have not mentioned a single thing other than you've not mentioned the doctor not once here. We're talking about her doctors and what her doctors.
No, you're talking
in
about
fact,
her doctors.
In fact, we just because that's actually because that's the person who listen. We actually just went through this with my own wife, right? Where her doctor actually wanted to induce her a little bit earlier, and the hospital refused to allow her own doctor to do it. Right? The hospital actually refused. So I'm telling you that again, we don't know her circumstance. You're talking about what she said and what conversation she had with the dudes. Again, you don't know her circumstance. You're making that assumption about what she may have said or whatnot. And again, I'm not gonna argue that because I don't know. But what I'm saying is the most likely circumstance is that her doctor said it's better to do it now than not. You're making all these assumptions about what she may have said to the guys and what they may have said to her. And I'm talking about just medically. I'm talking medically.
You're making an assumption about what you feel would happen medically when we just looked at the facts.
Yeah, that's the most likely scenario.
When we just looked at the facts, chemotherapy is not contraindicated until 32 weeks of gestation.
The facts are just what you added to it. It's not what you calling the facts is what you added to it. It's not actual facts. It's what you added to it.
Look it up yourself.
That's what you just added to it. You don't know her circumstance. You still don't know her circumstance.
We looked at.
I'm convinced you just want to argue because you don't actually know her circumstance.
Viable during pregnancy.
You don't know her circumstance though, so I'm convinced you just want to argue. Exactly. So I'm more likely. I'm gonna more likely go with the fact that her doctors told her.
You can continue to argue, but let's listen to what you said.
I think I sent it to, and I don't know if anyone remembers, but so I listen. I'm with you on that. And by the way, I wasn't saying this is an African American issue. What I was saying is this: is that I was
could be an African American issue. I think that's.
But here's the point that I was making here is I was just making a general point about abortion, right? About abortion, and specifically for me, I think about it a lot when it comes to Black people because of how much Black women are more susceptible to having abortions. Like every study shows this across the board. You cannot find a single study that does not show that Black women are the most susceptible to. I'm not talking about they're the ones who have the most abortions because they're not the majority of the female population, but per capita, Black women, every single study, okay,
there you
across
go.
the board, across the entire United States.
Okay, when you say per capita.
No, wait, excuse me. You did say per capita, but you did also say that Black women don't have the most abortion. So you can't conflate the two. Either they have the most.
What are you talking? See, she just wants to argue. She just wants to argue.
I just said you said per capita.
She just wants to argue. I literally made the distinction. You're still arguing. You still arguing. That's crazy.
I just said that you said per capita. But you did also say they're not the most to have it because they're not the most women. So therefore, when it comes down to abortions in other communities, deletions in other communities are not labeled deletions medically. They're labeled D and C. And that's when they scrape the uterine.
Okay, but when y'all say per capita, right?
You got it. I'm not even about to argue with you anymore. You just proved it right there. You just proved you just want to argue.
Per capita could mean.
You just want to argue. I just said you were right. You did say per capita. I don't agree with you, with your parameters for that, and I don't have to. But I did give you the kudos that you did say per capita. Why do you feel like everybody has to agree with what you say just because you say it? They don't. Just like everybody doesn't have to agree with me when I say what I say. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. Just like in this situation,
Me and Erin had a whole conversation. If you want to look at the situation from the perspective of what you feel that her doctors potentially might have said, you're more than welcome to do that. However, when we're looking at what we know about the story and the nature of what was said and how it was said, it doesn't really sound like her doctors were a factor. It sounds like she had buyer's remorse. She made a decision to do something. She didn't want to do it. She wanted to induce early. The people that she had a contract with were not going. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, she has early labor at 24 weeks, and the baby was left in the hospital to die. Look at your child. Look at your child. Imagine if he came early and he was left in the hospital to die. That's where we at with it. And then, of course, we're talking about white people, and you want to infuse into the conversation about Black women. Stop always making everything about race and gender, and just maybe be able to stick to the topic at hand. What were you saying, Jay Prince?
I was just saying, like, for per capita could mean, I'm just asking, does per capita mean, let's just say we got a city of 1,000 people, and per capita we might be the highest rate of gun violence, right? And there's only 100 out that 1,000. Do that mean that's what per capita mean?
Basically, Jay Prince. So, like, I'm gonna give you a simple example, right? So let's say you got 100 people, right? You got 100 people, and out of those 100 people, let's say 20 of those 100 people are Black people, right? And then let's say let's just make it black and white, since that's the easiest, right? 20 of those 100 people are Black people, and 80 of the 100 people are white, right? If you then end up with, let's say, I don't know, 50 murders, right? And then out of those 50 murders, you have 40 of them were committed by Black people. And I know people are gonna get mad that I'm taking this example like this, but just to make it clear for you, right? That means that per capita, the Black people have the highest rate, of murders, right? Even though they're the smallest, like, because they're the smallest percentage of the population, but they have the highest rates. I guess I could have taken let me make it easier, right? Let's say 50 of those, let's say half of those murders are Black people, right? Even though it's half of them, and even if you could distribute it amongst the white and the Black equally in terms of the numbers, right? But because 20%, because the Black people only make up 20% of that 100 people, that means they have the highest rate per capita, basically. So even though it's the same amount of murders, right, there's less Black people, and yet they're committing the same amount of murders.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Now, what was the because I came in just now, I seen y'all beautiful faces, so I decided to hop on here. What was the point? I mean, what was the topic about?
I can show you. I can show you the clip. I'll play the clip for you. And I'm looking for another cross-reference article while JB and Raw B is disagreeing. I'd rather say arguing, but I'll say disagreeing for the sake of not to argue right now. But this is the clip we're discussing.
Woman chose to undergo surrogacy. She chose to be a surrogate, meaning she chose to effectively rent her womb to others to bring a life into the world. This woman's name was Brittany Pearson. Brittany Pearson was about 23 weeks pregnant when she discovered that she had cancer, and she needed to undergo cancer treatments. And she didn't want to put the baby's life at risk because chemotherapy and other treatments could be harmful to the developing baby in her womb. So she contacted the two men, and she said, I would like to find a way to deliver this baby soon. It would be a preemie, but we could care for this baby in NICU and make sure that this baby is safe. And the two men said, because it was their contracted right in the state of California, said, no, we don't want to deal with a NICU baby. They have health issues sometimes. So Brittany said, okay, well, I'll adopt the baby, or I'll find someone to adopt the baby, because they said, well, you should just abort. And she said, no, I'm not going to abort. I don't want to do that. But one of the men said, that's my DNA. I don't want that DNA out in the world. And so they demanded that Brittany have the abortion. She refused, but she ultimately would deliver that baby at 25 weeks old, delivered this baby in a California hospital. And because of the demands of the parents, this baby is left to die.
That's kind of a hard one. Actually, I understand why the woman say that. She undergoing cancer. I don't know, a lot of y'all, she didn't want the baby to die, but she wanted the baby to come prematurely. If y'all ever dealt with a kid that got a lot of extreme health conditions based on birth, effects. It could have been prematurely and all this other type of stuff, and also a lot of premature. I got cousins that was born premature, and they older than me, doing well, really good in their life. So what was the argument? They were saying she was wrong.
No, it basically it's a violation of the contract, and it doesn't even say that she was induced. So we don't even know how she wound up delivering. So it's not necessarily that the doctors determined, just that she delivered a baby. See, when you're listening to the story, things start to make more sense. Aaron, can you share the screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Appreciate you. So now we're talking about per capita abortions, right?
Oh,
so
gosh.
Here we go.
Oh, gosh.
Deletions are down since 1982. But when we look at how Pew Research, or one of y'all's favorite sites, actually breaks down the data on deletions, most deletions happen in other clinics, hospitals, and physicians' offices. Deletions clinics is really a minimum number. Now, we know that Black women per capita don't have any medical insurance, so they can't afford to go to the hospital. They can afford to go to physician's office. They can afford to go to other clinics. They always go to deletion. No. We're talking about per capita. Per capita.
She's just adding her own shit to it.
Yeah,
why don't you just present the study?
I'm not adding my own shit to anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. No, that's exactly what you're doing. Why don't you present what the actual data says? Listen, Robbie, I don't care what your opinion is on this. You're adding all your opinions. I know, Robbie, I don't care about your opinion on this. Tell me what the data says.
This is the data.
Tell me what the data says.
Are you looking at the data from Pew Research?
All the stuff you're saying. Okay, read it. Read the data. Don't tell me about your opinion about.
I like to go after Jay Bizzle and Robbie.
No, tell me about the data.
It shows that deletions are happening per capita in the hospital. That deletions are happening more so per capita in physicians' offices.
Okay, great. So who gets the most of them? Who gets the most of them? Who gets the most of them? Who gets the most of them?
Not Black women.
Per capita, not Black women. Where in what you're showing right now shows that? Where in what you're showing shows that?
They don't have private insurance.
Where in your data shows that?
They don't have private insurance.
You just showed a screen. You just shared a screen.
You show some data that shows Black women have.
You just shared a screen. You just shared a screen and
but you don't never show nothing.
What?
You're on mute, Aaron.
One at a time, please. Aaron is trying.
He's always talking, but he's never showing proof. And again, this wasn't a conversation about race. It gets annoying. I know, Aaron. I know you didn't. But it gets annoying when people pop up into the conversation, and one way or another, they always want to make this a Black woman issue. This ain't got shit to do with Black women. And if we want to really look at the numbers, y'all can't have it all ways. You can't say that there's a whole bunch of Black women with private insurance and then say that all the Black women are on.
Why you just want whole Black women?
Hold on, Jay Prince.
Jesus Christ.
Because I held the Black women accountable today. You can't say that Black women are having all the children and all the deletions. We have to stop this fucking hypocrisy. Stop talking out of both sides of your neck. And when we're having a conversation, just stay on topic. Like, I'm sick of these people that hate themselves. I'm sick of these people that hate Black women. When someone does something wrong, you call it out. Race is a non-factor, period. And if you have kids and you saying that dumbass shit, your kids, dummy, are subjugated to the same fucking mindset.
Jay Prince, I hope you white front to back.
Ooh, I mean, not you calling him a bitch. Stop that.
What?
Not you saying he got a vagina. Man. Stop that shit. Stop starting fights.
This nigga pulled up on the panel. Look, he pulled up on the panel taking the dump. I ain't mad at him. Listen. I just.
He's in the toilet. Jay Prince, wash your hands nasty.
I didn't do nothing like that.
But you watched.
We all heard it flush.
Stop lying, nasty.
We all heard it flush.
I don't get paid enough to be subject to this today. I'm sorry.
What's going on, Aaron? I just wanted to say what's up to everybody real quick. What's going on, Aaron?
Omni, I'm just gonna tell you now. You best be paying attention to the shows. You got a knack for just popping up and randomly in the show and not knowing what's going on.
No, I know what's going on because you
just
played
did
the
that today.
video
I
now.
know
But I'm
what's
just
going
saying,
on.
I was just gonna salute the.
So what
I'm
is the
saluting the
argument,
panel.
though?
What's up, Aaron? What's going on?
I don't know. I'm a little frustrated right now because Raw B and JB, they destroyed my calm back and forth show that I've been designing for weeks now.
Damn.
Now, Aaron, though,
That's a shame.
you ain't gonna do me.
What's up, Jay
That's
Prince?
your boy,
What's
Jay
up,
Fizzle the Gremlin, that came up here making the conversation take a turn for the left where we was having a good old conversation. I'm trying to congratulate.
We always have a good old conversation, but y'all ain't gotta argue like that. Y'all can argue like me and you disagree.
Per capita. What's
Aaron, I can't argue with a lot of these men in the spaces how me and you have disagreeing points of view because you're not disingenuous in what you say. And you have a high propensity to stay on topic. So if we're talking about one thing, that's what we're talking about. I wish you could teach your brothers how to do the same.
I just want everybody to try to, like get their views and thoughts on the show without me forming it. I like people to form their own thoughts. However that may come.
I don't know. I mean, anywhere, I'm telling y'all right now, anywhere I go, if we talking about the sky and you bring it down to black women, I don't even give a shit. On principle, I'ma cuss your ass out because we wasn't talking about black women. Stop that dumb shit. Your mama's a black woman. I know Aaron hate when I say that shit. Your mama black.
I got a
just because our mama was a black woman, that don't mean she. Just because we got black mothers, that don't negate the fact they did something wrong.
But
you're right, it doesn't. But it doesn't mean if we're talking about white women.
That's manipulation when women say that y'all manipulate the love that we have for our mamas, and so by the love that we have for our mamas, you just want to gloss all of they messed up decisions just because we got a mama that was black. No, mama was fucked up too. Grandmama, great grandmama. They all was some hoes. They was some whores in their day.
I know you love your mama.
Can y'all focus on the show, please?
Can we focus on the show, please?
And surrogate mother's situation, okay? G?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord, I work too hard.
Robbie.
Yes, baby.
I just wanted to say thank you for highlighting my question earlier on your other show because that, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know you were a registered nurse. That added a different nuance.
No, don't tell people that. I don't get that specific.
But
don't tell people that.
I'm sorry. Anyway.
I'm just ratchet.
Anyway, to the topic, it sounds like a no-win situation. What the surrogate mother's going through. So the surrogate mother has cancer?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah. I found another article when they kind of discussed it. It's a little bit more informative to a certain degree. So after your thoughts, I'll try to find some areas where we can highlight that will bring more evidence or views to this perspective. Go ahead, Omni.
Well, I ain't got no stats, data, or statistics. Just my thought on abortion in general is...
Y'all just using the words just loosely.
I thought that's what the topic was about tonight.
No, you saying the actual word.
Oh, I'm sorry. So baby deletion. To me it's murder. Anything where there's life to be found, if you take it away, it's deletion. And same goes for men and women alike. I believe that every time a man ejaculates and doesn't produce a baby, it's also no, because we make the argument that the sperm holds life. We make the argument that the sperm holds life. So every woman that has deleted a potential child, I don't hold that much against them because Lord knows I've taking millions to a watery grave. So,
Oh man, can you let them women trick you out your damn brain? Like, come on, dude. Jagging off and getting the deletion when the baby.
You're about to go,
Okay,
Jay Prince.
what
Bye-bye.
about Okay, if that was the case, well, if that was the case, what about the men who ejaculated inside of women that the woman never got pregnant? So you can't automatically assume that they were babies. You done deleted a lot of babies. Those I done ejaculated in the
We make the argument that the sperm is life, do we not?
and a lot of them didn't get pregnant.
We make the argument as men that the sperm holds the life, right?
Amen.
We've sent millions to their graves. It is what it is.
Speak life. Live a
You
humble and meek life.
We sent millions to their grave. That's what it just is. What it is.
Millions to their grave. Y'all, man, y'all be saying anything.
You know how many semen are ejaculated when a man decides to have that big O? At least 300,000.
Y'all be saying anything at this point.
Okay.
Well, we should have blamed the women.
Look, I would take the medical professional. You know what? I need to stop saying that you're medical.
We should blame the women who put men in a position where they have to ejaculate.
Omni's been booted off because of his nostrils.
Oh shit, my bad. I lied. Damn it.
So, Robbie, y'all should blame the women. Blame the women who put men in a position where they got to jag off and delete babies all day. Y'all would sit up there instead of putting the babies in you would sit up there and watch a man jag off and won't even say, hold on, baby, you can put that on me. Don't delete that baby. I'll take it if you don't want it. Y'all don't do that.
Why y'all be saying all this nonsense? What?
Can you share the screen, please? Because they like to talk to Robbie.
Yo, Aaron, my phone, Aaron, my phone.
I gotta go. Can you share the screen real quick?
Aaron, my phone had died. Aaron, I just sent you a comprehensive study, Aaron, and I've read all the 32 pages of that study. So you can ask me any questions you want about it, right? I've actually read all 32 pages of it, right? There's something called the abortion surveillance that the CDC conducts. They conduct that study every single year, right? And they release the study. They release it. They break it down by every category imaginable, okay? And across the board, you look at it. I've read the one from 2019, from 2020, not 2018, 2017 one, right? Across the board, every time it's always Black women. You could pull up that study, Aaron, and go to page 5, right? I'm on mobile, but I know for a fact it's on page 5, right? I just sent you the link. Go to page 5 of that study, and you're gonna see a paragraph that starts with among the 30 regions or areas or something like that on page 5 of that study, and it breaks down.
Okay, let me pull it up. Chosen One, what up? Let me see here. Okay, let me pull it up. Chosen One, what up? I think hold on, Chosen One. I think you have YouTube playing in the background. Please mute it, sir.
Can you guys hear me now?
I think we can hear you, but you have YouTube playing in the background. Just go ahead and mute it. And then once you're done, you can unmute yourself. You might be on.
What about now? Is it better now?
Yes. Well.
Yeah. So I only.
He probably got it playing in the back.
Yeah, there's something going on with your audio.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Now JB wants me to pull up this article because him and Robbie want to argue about this, of course. Don't know why I got.
Ain't nobody arguing with JB. I don't give a shit. But I wanted you to share this screen about this sperm. You see, I had a phone call. I got shit to attend to. People got babies.
Go ahead and get your screen in real quick.
They want to argue about kids. 1 milliliter of sperm contains 100 million sperm. So y'all coming about 100 million kids, 300 million kids every day.
Really?
All day long. Every time you
if that's the case, even if we ejaculate inside of a woman, all 100 million is impregnating the woman. Is only one out of those 100 million. So we got
But all 100 million of them,
99.99%
all 100
millions of
million.
babies that's getting deleted, even if we get this,
Yep,
even if we put in the side of a woman.
Exactly.
Now
that's the point.
Now,
But
JB.
Oh, and by the way, Aaron, and by the way, Pew Research, right? You know where they get their data from? That same study I just sent you, just for the record. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
Listen,
So go
I
ahead.
didn't come up here to have a conversation about abortions, and my man just said to leave losers alone. We was talking about contracts. So when we have a show talking about contracts, we'll talk about contracts.
Aaron, can you please
Love you,
can you
Aaron.
just pull it up? Aaron, can you just pull it up?
Jesus Christ. Y'all gonna make me go crazy about this.
Nah,
Yes.
because Aaron, here's the thing. I think Rob B is used to talking to people who are not informed. I'm not one of these people, bro. Like the things that come out my mouth, unless if I'm not sure, Aaron, and you can back me up on this, when I'm not sure about something, I say I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't have the data. But this is something I've studied, right?
Is this the page that you reference?
Go to page 5. And right there actually. Scroll down. Scroll down. Right there. Among the 30 areas. You can read that. Go ahead, read that.
Right here among the 48 areas?
No, among the 30 areas. It's on the right side. On the right side.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Here we go. Among the 30 areas that reported race by ethnicity, data for 2020 non-Hispanic white women, white, and non-Hispanic black women, black, accounted for the highest percentages of all deletions, 32.7 and 39.2% respectively. The 39 is considered for black,
for the black women,
in this particular indication. And then they have the breakdown of Hispanic and such. Right.
And Aaron, remember, white women. How much of the female population do they make, Aaron? And they have a lower. Think about this, right? They have a lower rate than black women, and there are multiple. Like their percentage of the population is multiples. It's several times that of black women, right? And yet their rate is, and they make the highest with black women. That's why I said earlier, even if you look at it from a purely statistical perspective, right? Even if there was a statistical error, I don't know how many percentage points you want to give it. You could give it however many percentage points you want, right? There's no way you could look at this data per capita, even if there was a statistical error, that you could say it's not black women, right? This is what I'm saying. This is why I don't want to argue. I'm not even trying to argue because
JB,
she just wants to reframe things and talk about, black women don't have insurance and all this. Not bullshit. Bullshit. What the data shows, and what every reputable study you could pull, Aaron, every single reputable study you could pull, guess what they cite? They cite the abortion surveillance data. That's what pretty much every single one of them cite, including Pure Research.
But JB, we got to understand too, when we talk about deletions of babies and stuff like that, that whole program was set for black women to delete black babies and stuff like that. We can't not just throw that out the thought.
Yes, we can. No, Jay Prince, you already. I'm not doing this with you, bro. This narrative is just like when a nigga shoots another nigga and he talks about, but the white man gave me the gun. Nigga, why'd you pull the trigger? I don't give a fuck.
No. But
Jay Prince,
they've been incentivized to do.
Jay Prince, we can listen. If we talk, Jay Prince, if we given a history lesson, fine, we can talk about the roots of Planned Parenthood. But we talk about these women today, and the fact that they just delete these babies, basically like it's birth control. Right, that's what we talk about. The choices that these grown adult women are making. Right.
Well, let me ask you a question then. Do you think the black women got the highest deletion rates of babies opposed to white women because they're gonna fall back on us men? Do you think a lot of these black women getting pregnant by men that a lot of black men that they think not gonna be good fathers compared to white women? They keeping babies because they got more selections of good men and good possible fathers. I'm just asking a question.
I think that's actually valid. No, I think you're asking a valid question. I do think you're asking a valid question. I think that does play a part in it. But the thing is, who decides on the abortion? It's the woman, right? Like that's ultimately what it comes down to. And actually that's one of the few areas where if you because when a lot of times they'll be talking about, it's the woman's fault if you have a baby or not, et cetera, right? But you actually decided to nut in her, right? But when it comes to the abortion part, the deleting babies part, right? When it comes to that, the only person who actually gets to decide on that is the female, right? That's the only person. Like practically speaking, there's nothing you could do if a woman says that I'm going to delete this child. There's nothing you can do to prevent her from doing it, right? Unless it's just illegal, right? In her state, et cetera, right? So ultimately, I actually agree with your point that I do think there's a lot of dudes running out here that basically are procreating with women that they're not prepared to be a father, right? And I think I feel exactly the same way about those men as I feel about those women, right? But I think the responsibility ultimately falls on the female when it comes to deleting babies. And
Okay,
I
now
really do think, Jay Prince, I really do think some of these women out here should get teardrop tattoos, bro, because like it's crazy, bro.
What JB now? Because there's been a lot of complaints that a lot of us black men say, man, we get these women pregnant and then we get them $400 to get rid of, and they don't get rid of. So it's been a lot of black men complaining when they get a woman pregnant but didn't want the baby, and they try to pay to get them to get rid of the baby. So do you believe that a lot of those women, I'm just asking just to cover up the gray area, do you think a lot of those women that deleted their babies, do you think men was a heavy influence on why they gave up
Not
the
for
baby?
I doubt it's for most. I
wouldn't say most, but I would say it's a number that need to be reckoned with, though.
I don't think it's a significant number, Jay Prince. I do know for a fact that there's some dudes out there that are reckless and they basically have the plan B on deck and they're waiting for something to happen to tell her to take the plan B or to trick her into taking it, and then if that doesn't work, to try to get her to delete. Right? I do know some of those dudes exist, right? But again, we can't, like, if we're gonna speak in generalities here, the person doing the deletions is the female, right? And they doing a whole lot of them, bro. They doing a whole lot of them. Like I said, go look at the numbers in New York, bro. It's gonna shock you. Like, it's crazy.
I know there is, but it seems like we ignoring the nuances. A lot of nuances. It's a lot of nuances to that number. Yes, true. Black women, it seem like they delete more, but the nuances is a lot of women is obeying the men that say, okay, I don't want to be your baby daddy. And a lot of black women say, why would I bring a child in the world that the man don't want to be here? That number is actually large.
The problem with that is then you would make it a claim that black women do as black men tell them to do.
No, what I'm saying, there is, I've been around a long time and I have dealt with women like in these scenarios in real life. A lot of times when men say they don't want to get a woman pregnant, had that woman to have his baby, a lot of women will get rid of it based on what the man have said.
No,
but you got a gray area. You got the ones that said, I'm gonna keep my baby, and you got the women that say, I'm gonna get rid of it just because whatever fuck what he said. But then it is a number, a nuanced number, that when a lot of women say, damn, he don't want the baby, then he pay me.
Yeah, like the problem is, right, we can't verify this. This is all just based upon a case-by-case possibility that this woman said, yeah, he didn't want it, so why would I want
that number is moot then, because you're not adding the nuances.
Nuances is irrelevant.
Yeah, I've been learning.
It's irrelevant when you actually look at outcome, because the conversation isn't about why did it happen, it's that it does happen. You can have nuance if the question was, why do black women da-da-da-da? That was never the question. JB made a point of, this is what's happening. You then switched the conversation to, but why does it happen?
No, I understand that. I did change the goalpost a little bit, but however, though, like, yes, see, we keep fixating on women just saying, because it sounds like women just saying, I'm just gonna get rid of my baby no matter what the man say. Yes, that's happening a lot. However, you do have other women that, it's a lot of scenarios where men, convince their baby mama, or we just can't afford no child right now. I'm not ready to be a father right now. Maybe just not now.
Jay Prince,
you got some women that get rid of it.
Jay Prince, listen, again, the person who pulls the trigger on that is the female. Right? That's all. That's like it's just like when we talking about, like I said, it's just like when we talk about, black men killing other black men, deleting other black men, my bad, right? And it's like, we want to talk about where the guns came from and all. I don't care, bro. I don't care. We need to stop killing each other. That's all I care about. I don't give two fucks where the gun came from. Because you know what? You could never hand me a gun and just tell me to go shoot somebody who looked like me. That's crazy. Right? I'm not gonna do it. I don't care where the gun came from. You made the choice to pull the trigger. That's so like Aaron said, we're not talking about the why right now. And if we were talking about the why, it's still a small percentage. If and we got to guess, right? It's just going to be a guess and an assumption. But even with that assumption, it's going to be a small percentage. So it's a waste of time. In general, these women basically, they just be deleting babies. Like they have the
So
fact,
let me
like,
ask you a
bro,
question
J-Prince,
then. This
check
is
this
I
out.
want your honest
Wait.
question.
Before we get to the question, I got to get to the super chat. JJ Carver says, my daughter was born 2 weeks early, was nearly 3 due to my wife going into labor on a plane to Japan, no fluids. She turned 1 last week. Congratulations. And tell your daughter happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I might have to take a trip to Japan. Real Pookie says, the 2 smartest dummies I know, I'm enjoying this. Yeah, Real Pookie want to come on this show, but this ain't Fight Club. Just because your mama a 304 don't make my mama one. Dang. Hang on. Lauren Mack says, shout out
We
to
don't
the
know
per
that for
capita of turds JP just unleashed on the battle. Sir, please mute next time. Does whacking off make us mass murder? No, I'm not.
Again, see, Aaron, see how stupid that question is. Why would it, like it's comparing jacking off to actually conceiving a child just shows how retarded you are, bro.
Well, JB, let me ask you this question, JB.
Sperm is not, you have not conceived a child.
Damn, dog. That was chat Pookie, dog. That was a troll moment right there. Come on, you smarter than that, Jay. You smarter.
So JB, if your wife or somebody was in labor and they had to choose between the baby and your mom and your wife, which one are you choosing?
Jay Prince, that's a whole different scenario. But I'll answer you though. I'll answer you though, because that's a legit question, even though again it's rare. Like those cases are actually rare, but I'll answer you. I think in that scenario, right, you're basically having to choose from you have 2 terrible options, right? Either you try to save your wife or you try to save the baby. Neither of those options are guaranteed, right? There's no guarantee that, if you just decide to delete the baby to save your wife, that she's gonna survive. And I think the likelihood though is probably more likely that your wife will survive. And then
so which one would you choose, the baby or your wife?
Hold up. I know, because this context is actually very important. And then there's no guarantee that the baby will survive. So now if you decide to risk your wife's life, right, now you might lose both your wife and the baby. Right?
No, the doctors tell you, JB, you can save your wife if she
I'm just
live
answering
forever,
your
or
question.
you can save this baby. The baby can live forever.
I'm answering your question, right? So I'm saying you have to pick a choice out of 2 bad choices, right? 2 terrible choices. And ultimately, in that scenario, I would say save your wife, but only because at that point, right? Think about the differences. If I try to save the baby and I'm risking my wife's life anyway, right? Now I might lose both of them, right? If I pick to save my wife, there's a high likelihood that my wife will survive and the baby will lose the baby, right? But at least we can try to, have another baby, right? And it is what it is. Now, here's the other aspect of that too. If the baby does survive, right? Now this baby has survived and now has to be raised with one parent, right? So again, it's just, there's multiple aspects to this that you can't just look at it like it's black and white. But that's a very
it was the movie. It was the movie with Kevin Hart about this. I would choose the baby. I think a lot of mothers would rather for you to choose their baby. Let's just say I'm putting like, okay, if the baby gonna, the question was like, if you pick the baby gonna live forever, but the wife got to go, or you pick the wife and live forever, but the baby got to go. Me personally, I would pick the baby.
I'm still picking my wife. Again, Jay Prince. These are two terrible scenarios, right? But again, if you just look at it logically, this is one of those scenarios you're gonna have to get out of your feelings about, right? You look at it logically, right? If that baby does survive, that baby ends up with one parent, which is not the best scenario for them, even if it's their dad. I know y'all love to talk about how single fathers do better, blah blah blah, right? But that baby, right? It's not the best scenario for them. Versus, if I save my wife, right? If I decide, let's save my wife, then at least my wife survives, and we can try again as a couple and try to have another child, right? As a 2-parent.
Y'all not gonna be able to live.
Jay Prince, you back in your feelings. You thought about living it, right? But both of those scenarios are terrible scenarios. There's none of them that you're gonna feel better after, Jay Prince.
Hey, so Jonathan.
I'm saying, logically speaking, I'd rather save my wife.
JB, you don't walk yourself into a trap.
I seen it too, Jay Prince. I seen it too.
Let him go. But he walked
logically
himself into
speaking,
a trap.
Jay Prince. Logically speaking, I'd rather save my wife, and then we can try again and try to raise a child as a 2-parent household versus
As a 2-parent
saving a
household.
child. And again, Jay Prince, I want to make this clear, by the way, that you're creating a scenario that never happens because we never have a guarantee on any of this stuff. No, actually, no, Jay Prince, the way you just switched it up, there's no scenario like that where we know the baby's gonna live. There's no scenario.
No, JB. Now, JB, you said that you wouldn't want to bring the child in the world with just one parent. You said a lot of y'all parents, single parents, think you could make it. The fathers can do it. Okay, now, but I just asked you a question where a lot of women is deleting their babies just off that fact that the men say they're not gonna be there.
That's different,
and that's the same scenario.
It's not. It's actually not. No, stop.
The father's already.
Stop right there.
Yo, JB, you walk right into that, doggy.
No, stop right there. Stop right there.
She's still gonna have.
Stop right there.
You walk right into that.
Not the same. See, it's not the same. It's not the same. See, this is the problem. Y'all don't. The fact that y'all don't realize the difference with that. One, it's where two people are being fucking reckless, right? And they decided to actually conceive a child that they were not prepared for, right?
If they weren't reckless, though, John, they could have been having contraception. They could have been used on a mistake happened. Maybe a mistake happened.
Let me finish my point. One is where two people were fucking reckless. They decided to conceive a child they were not prepared for, right? And now they're gambling that child's life because of their own decisions, because of their own choices, of their own poor choices and recklessness. The other one is where you literally have a life or death scenario between your wife and your fucking potential child, right? That's a life or death scenario. You niggas just nutting in chicks, and then these chicks getting pregnant and not prepared for it is not the same as a woman that's basically about to die.
At that point, JB,
they're not the same. So stop it. Stop it, bro. The fact that y'all don't realize the difference, it proves how dysfunctional you niggas are.
I wanted to ask you.
JB,
yo, hold on, Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince. Let me ask him a question. Yo, JB, when you say that women are just having deletions recklessly, we don't have statistics on that. On if a man is discussing with a woman that process, right? But in your opinion, you believe the women just go willy-nilly and do it. And I would say I don't believe that to be true. And I would say this is anecdotal, but this is for everybody on it because we don't have stats for this. I think most women are talking to the men when they are going through that process, dog.
There y'all go again with the bullshit, bro. There y'all go.
See. Yo, Aaron, this not Fight Club.
Wait. Hold up. Like, again, we gotta correct this, right? Because again, Jay Prince asked me a scenario that would never happen, right? The scenario that actually happened, right? The rare scenario that actually happens is when there's a situation, right? And the doctor decides, the OB decides, you know what? We got to decide whether or not we want to try to save this baby and risk the wife's life, the mother's life, right? Or we basically just risk the baby's life and save the mother, right? That's the real scenario that does take place. And that scenario, again, it's a life or death scenario for both sides. And you and your woman gotta make that decision together and figure out what's the best choice to make. That's a life or death. Basically, you have no good choice. Versus niggas just nutting in chicks, and then y'all not prepared for this baby. You conceive a child you're not prepared for, and you decide to delete it out of convenience. No matter, I don't care what.
I don't understand the premises you saying that for, because it's not just poor people getting abortions, dog.
I'm not done.
JB.
I'm not done. Let me finish my point.
All right, rock out. Let me respond to him, Jay Prince.
I don't care what your excuse is, right? Most people have the deletions out of convenience. If it wasn't an option, right? If it wasn't an option, most people would not be having deletions. End of story, right? Whether you whatever excuse you make for it, it's still a convenience. By definition, what convenience means, it's still a convenience.
But relationship-wise, do you know that happens under boyfriend, girlfriend, and husband and wife?
I don't care. It's happening. That's my point. I don't give two fucks. It's happening, and the women are the ones who pull the trigger on it. No man can walk you into Planned. No man can walk you into Planned Parenthood and force you to have a deletion. Not a single man can do that.
From what I know about that process, the women who are doing it, they have had that conversation with the nigga who impregnated them.
No man can walk you into a
No, you're saying, but he isn't condoning. He is condoning. He has influence over that.
A man cannot walk a woman into a deletion clinic and force her to do it. End of story. Full stop.
All right, can we actually get back to the conversation about where you guys believe right, wrong, indifferent of the surrogate, right? Because I understand the deletion thing's an issue, but it's not necessarily this particular topic. It's a component of it, but it's not necessarily that. So what I will do is I'm going to add some context to the show by reading updated that we didn't have from the previous article so that we can get some understanding, right? So let me add it here.
All right, Aaron, I'm finna get off the show. I'm about to go live. All right, y'all.
All right, bro.
Set me up.
All right,
I'll be over there soon.
All right.
So
I want to argue with this nigga JP.
So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of an update of the reason. Okay, so Pearson was a mother of 4, was threatened by legal action against her agency and her medical provider. Her oncology team was facing legal action, expressed uncertainty to proceed with her because of the legal action that was threatened against him, right? So she tried to seek counsel from her own legal counsel at the time. She reached out to a Jennifer Lao, I don't know how to say that name. She was the president center of the Bioethics and Cultures, and explained Pearson expressed her desire to deliver the baby prematurely and initiate chemotherapy in an attempt to save both their lives. But California law recognizes the contracting intended parents in surrogacy arrangements as the legal parents. They alone can make decisions around the care of the baby. In this case, refusing care, Leo, I don't know how to say her name, explained in the article, the rights of the mother to direct her own care are undermined, and not even allowing her to advocate for her own needs and the needs that the babies she's about to deliver. Okay. There was a family that was interested. There was a family interested in adopting the baby, but the couple said no, they're not allowing you to adopt their child, and they asked the doctors to perform no life-saving measures to be performed on the child if the child was born alive. So in order to start the therapy, since her cancer had spread to her liver, right? So basically what JB was kind of saying, because just a little bit more context.
Checkmate.
Well, hey, relax, right? But so basically to start the chemotherapy, the cancer had spread to her liver. Pearson found a hospital to induce birth. The child was born on Father's Day, June 18, but died soon after. So far as she has not explained the details around the child's death, only to say that the infant was held by her mother in love rights after birth. The couple never saw the baby and insisted that the child would be cremated. Okay, so that is just some more context to the decision making around it, right? But I just found that article because I was trying to find something to cross reference, but obviously I don't have a lot of time between a lot of the day.
Yo, Aaron, I'm gonna comment on this. I'm gonna leave, right? I gotta go, bro. But let me just say this, right? I love how this article just proved me entirely right, okay? And I'm not trying to just rub it in, but that's the point I was making, is that, again, it's case by case. We don't know her scenario. And I was making the point that, logically speaking, it did not make sense that this woman who was trying to save this baby would then decide to somehow just have a premature baby just to basically have a deletion anyway, right? That didn't make any logical sense to me. And I was making the point that medically, it more likely have something to do with the medical situation, right? And so I'm just pointing out how, again, when I said that was the most likely scenario, as the dude who loves to say checkmate. I just want to say that. And also, I also wanted to add, this is also why I'm going to be doing my show again. Okay, I'm gonna be doing my show again because I've been swamped with this new baby, but a lot of these topics I really want to start speaking on them again. So I'm gonna be doing my show again very soon. So yeah, that's that.
Hey, you know I charge for appearances now. The game didn't change now.
I got you.
Shut your ass.
Yo, Jay Bizzle, invite me, nigga. Yo, Jay Bizzle, am I invited, nigga?
Survive.
Look at this nigga. Speak up, nigga. I'm invited to the party, Jay Bizzle.
Yes, you
Now
are.
I'm with
Yes,
you.
you are.
I'm with you on this. I don't understand that. That's a crazy situation. And does the woman now? Do we say does the woman have the right to that child? I don't understand how the fathers have the right.
So well, Pookie, you kind of came in a little late, I think. Do you understand the scenario or the situation in most contexts, most of the context?
Yeah. The two. She was a surrogate for the two gay dudes, right? Yeah. I get it. But then she had something that was life threatening, and she wanted to, be able to fucking save the baby and herself, and they had more rights than she did. That's wild.
Wait, what?
I mean,
through contractual agreement.
The contractual agreement is that
that's crazy. You can have a
Pookie,
contract.
the contractual agreement is that she's just an
know.
incubator.
That's the first time I heard this, some shit like this.
But
that's
here's
crazy.
Here's the thing, though, Pookie. Though this is what you got to understand, right? So I've read up a little bit on this, but obviously I'm a man. I would never try to carry no child, so I don't know the extensiveness of the laws, right? I do know that the person carrying the child has a right to their health first. So no matter what the contractual agreement is, they have a right to their health first, right? But anything to do with the child per se, for as medical things, is based upon the actual contractual parents, which would be the couple, right? So they actually have right and say what the child procedures will get and what not get and what not. So they actually have the legal authority to act that way. Now, she has a right to her body, and that takes primary cause over anything. So that's why it's very complicated, because she has the right to carry the child to full birth, or she could cancel it, and obviously that would cancel out the contract, but she still could do it, especially for the sake of her own health. So it gets really complicated. This is not a simple scenario. I just think that I don't know what the right answer is, because does she prioritize her health over the child's? She wanted to say both. I get that. But does she prioritize hers over the child, or does she wait a few weeks and take the risk of being able to have the child at like 32 weeks or 20? I forgot the exact amount.
20. It was 25. It was 25.
Something like that. A couple more weeks or whatever. That would make it much more safer, but put her at risk as a fast spreading disease that she has. It's so complicated to say for me to tell her, hey, just hold out a few more weeks while you over there thinking about your mortality. But to Raw B's point, you take a risk every time you birth a child, and you should be knowing this going in. So it's a lot of moving pieces. So I just don't know what the right thing is. That's why I thought it was really interesting. But I look at the contractual agreements of the parents saying, no, you don't get to do no life-saving methods on that child. No, I do not authorize.
I get what you're saying. During that pregnancy, when that child is inside of her, she has the rights. But once she conceived that child, they now get the rights per contract.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. Okay, that's more understandable.
They also have rights in the womb to a lot of things. So she has, yes. So she has her rights to protect her body and whatnot. But she can't be just doing procedures for the child because she wants to. They gotta approve it.
This is so.
Yeah,
insane.
This is kind of confusing, because I'm
only in California.
Okay, this is California. Okay, that might be a little bit different. Then I'll back out of it. Because in general speaking, the surrogate, believe it or not, the surrogate has more rights than the actual two people that's seeking a child. So she could agree to. Hold on, I gotta echo.
Yeah. Hey, Chosen One, you gotta fix your audio issue, family. I want to get you in on this, but I don't know what's going on with your audio. But you guys gotta understand. I know a lot of you guys think that she could just take the child to another state. That is against the law. They can enforce the contractual agreement, and she will get in trouble. So I read up on that. You just can't.
In normal circumstances, she could, but you said this is California, so you guys gotta fill me in on what she can.
What do you mean normal
do.
circumstances? She could do what?
Well, and granted, this is going based off of a few years ago, so the laws could have changed and things could have upgraded. as a surrogate, she could do whatever she wants. She could back out of it and take the baby with her, and the parents are just fresh out of a baby. So this is going back like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So the laws had to change since then, or had to evolve.
So are you saying that an inseminated egg with none of her DNA as the actual biological parent, she could take someone's biological child just because she carried it?
A few years ago, yes. If the laws changed, then I guess that's
I have not.
That's a little bit better.
So I have not heard of that. But
keep in mind, surrogate. This is still a fairly new concept, and when it comes to getting a surrogate, this is still in the beginning stage.
I'm not holding you to nothing. Obviously, this is just a conversation, and I believe there are obviously there's precedent, right, that has to be set. And I understand there are things that happen. She changed her mind, all that kind of different stuff. I get it. So obviously, this is speaking directly around California, right? So which is interesting because you think they have the most right to be like, no, I'm keeping it, right? If you thought about it, but no, I mean, in the state that she in, she can't just take the child. They're not playing. So
well, y'all educated me. That's a step. That's a step in the right direction. Basically.
As far as I've read, even in the laws, and I think I read something about Virginia because I was just reading around about can you just take a child? The answer is in general, no. Even if she changed her mind in general, you can't do that. In most cases, there's probably some states where they haven't got enough laws around it, but most times you cannot do that. It's highly illegal and it's a breach of contract too. So I don't know.
Does that technically fall under kidnapping?
Yeah, I mean, because once the child is born, those legal rights go to the parents that contract the child. It's crazy as this sounds. So
yeah,
I'm more looking at the context of what. Man, honestly, I don't know, man. I need to.
It's confusing. You want to ask confusing because it's a rarity. Like we don't hear these type of things all the time. So it's kind of crazy that two grown men have rights over a woman who has a child in her womb. So it's confusing in a motherfucker. It's very simplistic, but it's still confusing at the same time.
Not really, but then I would have to ask, what are the contingency plans, if that's the right word? Like me, when it comes to deletion, I can give you 3 excuses: the raping, incest, and the mother's health. In this case, it's the mother's health. If the mother's health is at risk, shouldn't she have final rights to override the 2 parents?
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is where it gets complex. She has the right to override the 2 parents in the sense of her health, but then she don't get to not. I guess the best way to describe it is she don't get to make decisions for the child. She can make decisions for herself. So if she says, I want to get a deletion to protect my health, she can. But she can't then say, well, I'm going to what's the best way to describe it? She can't then say, I want, if they wanted to do any type of procedures at all to the child, it has to be approved by the parents. Outside of her getting the deletion for her own health, she couldn't do anything else besides. She either have to get the deletion or carry the child to term. Anything in between, she has no authority over.
Well, that's messy. That's messy as hell.
Yeah, I think you think, and she wanted to do both, but it wasn't really easy. So
then I would have to ask: is surrogacy a good idea with the small sample size that we have now?
Is surrogacy a good idea? I would say for the parents that want to be parents but can't biologically be parents, it's really their only option out if they want to have that newborn baby and somewhat have the DNA. So in the surrogate scenario, in this particular surrogate scenario, one of the two men, one of the 2 men donated the sperm. Aaron?
That's a good question.
Honestly, we don't know the specifics. I'm going to presume yes. I'm going to presume that we obviously they have medical, right? You know, they're it's protected by law. There's confidentiality in a lot of this. So right, a lot of this stuff will not be expressed to us unless they decide to break that, right, themselves or authorize it. So we can make an assumption that it was. We can make an assumption that it was her egg that was inseminated. We could have made an assumption that it was not her egg, and they just got an inseminated egg and put it inside the life. There's many differences there. Ultimately, contractually, she has little to no rights. So, like, she cannot authorize operations on the child after it's born. She cannot. So she can't say, yes, I authorize you guys to do this, do that. She has no legal authority. So once the child is born, the couple has to authorize anything that occurs after that. And apparently they gave their express consent to authorize no life-saving procedures.
For the baby or for the mother?
For the baby.
But that's all after conception.
That is after the child is born, yes, because she refused to get a deletion.
This crazy. It's a crazy ass situation. I would say, ladies, if you ain't ready for this, don't be a surrogate. Because if you have a health problem, you see the type of power these dudes can have. And for those two,
hold on, Pookie, it's they right though.
No, you can say that, Aaron, but that woman is carrying a child. Her whole emotions, her whole physiology changed.
That's not the argument. Okay, Pookie, listen, bro. That's not the argument. What I'm saying is, though, she agreed to this. So it's not like this random. She didn't know it. She agreed to it. It's contract. There's a contract written out in terms. They have the authority on their child. It's not hers.
But peep this, Aaron. I think so. I want to say, up until I want to say we would have to know what is the legal time limit on deletions in California, right? That would be more pertinent to this conversation if we knew that. Because if she's saying 23 weeks, and I want to say it might be around that type of time where you can't have a deletion after. So she knew what she was saying.
No. She could have had it. She could have had it at any point, especially when it becomes life threatening.
You're right.
No, she didn't want it because she wanted to do both. She wanted to, but she had to make a quicker decision because her disease was spreading to, I think, her liver. I think I read it. And so she was like, all right, I'm just gonna have this baby now, and we're gonna fight with the baby, and then I got to go fight for my life. So that's ultimately what happened.
Oh hell no, no. My health comes before any baby. I'm sorry to be the bad guy.
This is what I think. I honestly think that if you choose an alternative lifestyle that would naturally keep you from having children, you also opted out of having children. That's honestly what I believe. This scenario is like Jesus Christ, because now it's so
you see, it's weird. It's weird. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, I know what the gay men want. They just want a baby. This woman is carrying a child in her. Her mindset is not the same as them. It has a baby in her. She wants to bring this child to motherfucking fruition and bring life into this child. But if she's saying, if I can be healthy and this child can be born, maybe it can be born prematurely. We know a lot of preemie babies, they come out to be regular motherfuckers. A lot of us is born preemies and we good. So I can see her weighing the pros and cons of it and her saying, you know what? Let's rock with that one because we both got a chance. But the fathers are saying
it doesn't matter what she feel like. I can understand.
It's not what she feel like.
A baby. No, listen to what I'm saying. I can understand that baby's going inside of you. You going attached to it, and you want to whatever. But if you sign a contract to be a physical incubator for these men, even though you going close to the baby, and even though you could potentially be hurt, and the baby could be hurt, it is more complicated. It's more nuanced than just.
I'm about to. Let me break this down for you because I used to do contracts. Before I started cooking, I used to do contracts. So what y'all telling me right now, I will put a stipulation in this. Any ailments where you guys want to have the option of deleting the baby, if I don't want to delete that baby due to my health concerns, I take full responsibility of that child. That contract is now terminated. It's that simple.
They wouldn't agree to that though. Like I understand it's that simple to put that in there, but you have to understand. Let's go into the mindset. She's not assuming this scenario would happen because they do the screening, right? So she didn't know that she had cancer. She didn't know none of that. They did a bunch of screening. They have to do a whole bunch. I already looked into that part. But obviously you can miss some screenings and all that type. You know how that goes. So she's not thinking if a scenario coming in this place, then I can override y'all because they wouldn't. First of all, she probably charged them some good money because I'm just telling you, those gay couples, they make bank. And
that can go into the contract too. Pay that money back and have that child.
But see,
everything can go into the contract. It's all negotiable,
but it's
right?
not even,
it's a contract.
It's not her child.
Yeah, that's a point.
It is her child.
All right.
It is her child. If you put in the, if you put it in the
doing that because she needs the
money. Night is just like they put it into that when that baby is conceived. That we have full rights. You can put into that contract. If you have an ailment that affects this baby and that can void the contract, and you take full responsibility. It's a contract. You get what you negotiate.
But it's possible that something of that language was in there, but they told her still, no, just get the deletion. We don't want our DNA out there. That's our child. Don't be trying to bring a child to somebody else to give our child to somebody else. No, we don't. Because you know how when you have the umbilical cord and all that kind of stuff, right? When they take your certain things after you give birth, they don't let you keep it. It's hard to get your stuff back. They will take your stuff without your authority. So
this is a
I'm saying so when I say contract
situation.
I'm saying when I'm saying contracts, listening to what y'all saying and me having experience with doing contracts, once I learned a situation like this, now I know the exact language to put in that contract. So if I was one of the lawyers who wrote this contract out and who approved of it, and let's say I was her lawyer, I would tell her, listen, in case something happens to you,
that don't work in this scenario.
But now that we know a solution now.
Oh, right? Listen.
No. Let's say continuing on. We know a solution now, right?
Hey,
this is what you can do.
Hey, man, let me be the dickhead. Surrogacy is not worth it. Just go adopt a child. Less complicated.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you, bro.
Because I would never put myself in this situation. Like this, there's too many layers in this contract. This is a bad. To Pookie's point, this is a bad contract.
DNA. That's why you did it this way. You want your own DNA.
Yeah, let me tell you
at what cost?
Wait, Chris.
It
Let me tell
seems
you why.
at any cost.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with you, Chris. People because Nidus is right. People want their own DNA. If it was so simple and people could not care that much, then we should be paying our tax dollars into kids and adoption agencies and things like that. We should be paying for them. But most people don't want to pay for kids that ain't theirs.
We do that anyway. What are you talking about?
That's true, Chris. You're true, but yeah, parents want their bloodline.
I get that. I understand that, but
you got to feel something towards this woman and the child and the experience that was.
I no, trust me, I do. This is a bad contract to begin with. My health in this contract, it should be my health comes first before this baby.
Bad? Wait. How's the contract bad?
How's this contract not?
The contract is not bad. It's the circumstances,
it's the agreement,
everything that played out.
No. What is bad? Explain to me what is bad, because I'm confused.
Because keep in mind, I'm still under the mind state. Go ahead.
There's no clause. I was gonna say there's no clause in it for situations like this.
But this is why I'm saying.
But wait. Here's the problem. What would you want the clause to be?
My health comes first.
Just what I said.
That don't require a contract. Her health literally supersedes anything. Her health comes first, regardless of the contract.
No, Aaron. No, Aaron. Just like how
did, but
no, Aaron.
She made a decision.
No, just like she gave up her rights in that contract, that specific contract that she had with the gay parents. Just like she gave up her
rights to be
yes.
to the child.
Now you can if we can make a deal on a contract, if I have an ailment, that child has an ailment, and you guys disagree, I can take full responsibility if I want to. You can write that in the contract, just like it is what it is. Like,
yes,
if they agree to it, then you have responsibility over that child.
I get that, but I'm gonna just ask you this, and I'm not mad. I'm just saying that's like a prenup, right? A woman feel like you talk about a prenup, they're like, oh, so you already assuming that we gonna get divorced. It's like assuming that the child gonna have the ailments.
Yes.
And I'm not saying don't think things out. I'm just saying y'all asking for a lot when this woman has already think about her mindset. I've already done this. I've already brought a healthy child to some family already. She going into the process. She's not saying, well, I mean, if something go bad happen, that child get to be mine and I get to make the decision. She's probably not under that mindset. I agree with y'all that you probably think about all possible outcomes, but nobody thinks, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get screened, get a good bill of health, then get pregnant, whatever, or get the seed inside me, whatever, however you call it, and then get cancer. Nobody foreshadows that.
But if we're gonna do that, we are talking in hindsight, right? So now the solution would be it doesn't have to necessarily be cancer. It could
How many times have you heard this scenario before? This is insane.
Never. It's a rarity. That's what I'm saying. So now I'm thinking like my previous profession. Now that I know that this is a possibility, what I would do going forward was I would implement those stipulations in the contract.
Yeah, but you got to stay within the parameters that it is, though. And,
no, that is the parameter. The parameters would be whatever
hindsight. You know, you're looking in hindsight.
No, I said we are looking in hindsight. So now I got new information on. Oh shit! This is how different it can go. Why would I not implement that in the contract if I was representing that woman who was the surrogate?
No.
No, it's what you can negotiate, fellas. It's what you can.
No, that's right. No, Pookie's right. Pookie's right about that.
Why would you
Pookie's right
want to
about
get
that.
somebody's child though? That's some evil stuff.
It's not just their child.
Hold on, Pookie.
It ain't her.
No, Aaron. As evil as that
she's
sounds,
sharing DNA with them.
Right.
It is also her child.
Nah, buddy.
It doesn't sound like she wanted to have a child. She wanted to be an incubator because she did it
y'all
before.
niggas sound like bandits, dog.
No. She did it before. This is what she does. She has children for people. It just didn't go right this time.
I would say
so I didn't hear that. My bad. Yo, Chris, hold on. Nidus, I didn't hear that. She's done this previously.
Yeah.
I think I'm hearing that right.
She did it previously.
Okay. I'm gonna mute up. Yo, Chris, you good? My bad.
Yeah, I will say, and to Aaron and Nidus, morally, you guys are absolutely correct. We had an agreement, whether it be verbal or contract or whatever the case may be. Once you had that baby, that's our baby. Morally, you are absolutely correct. But surrogates have rights. They can take that baby at the last minute. As cruel and as evil as that is.
Your mind.
No, I'm telling you.
That's equally the donor and her baby. That would be a fight.
Hey,
they don't have.
Keep in mind, this is a single. Hold on. Don't we hear about my body, my choice? Yeah, this leans in their favor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Trust me, we agree. But legally, she has right. But at the same time, you got to forgive me because this is still a new concept, and this is what I know from a few years ago. This is
what
new,
Aaron
and
does.
this
He
is
want to give you impossible scenarios where.
No, that's fine. I don't mind it at all.
But if it's his donation of him, and she is an incubator, and she agreed to that, it's still his baby.
Stop just holding her to the incubator, Nidus. That child has that woman's DNA in her, dog.
Yes, so does the first baby that she gave to somebody else.
We don't know if it was her egg. And I'm gonna be honest.
You're right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. From what I've read, nothing's like specific, it don't sound like it was hers.
Wow.
Okay, Aaron. Does that woman?
It doesn't have to be her head. It doesn't have to be her head.
No, they
when
can
that
put
woman
an
is waking
egg
up,
in
hold
her,
on.
and it be the other the
Y'all talking
donors.
wild crazy. Aaron, when that woman is having morning sickness, when that woman is going to the hospital for high blood pressure, when she's going into preterm pregnancy, you think she caring about what DNA is in her? That's her seed in her body. She has a child.
You're speaking out of emotion. Like, let me give you an example.
It's not a really emotion. It's what the woman is going to go through.
Let me give you the example. Let's say you work in a facility, right? And they say this facility has chemicals that was known to produce cancer. And you sign, and I don't know what the one is, but you sign, I'ma still work here, right? Years later, you get cancer. You come back, it's my body. I got cancer. I want to sue y'all. They like, you signed the contract. Do you think the company should be forced to pay them?
Yep.
Pookie, before you answer, that is the movie Silkwood.
No.
That is a false equivalency.
No, that's ridiculous. You like, look, this is why this is literally a show about contracts. Literally, because when it come to Keyshawn Johnson get his money, take your money. No,
This,
you sign the contract.
This is my specialty. You know, look at section 3.B.6. Nigga, you fucked up. You ain't read the contract fully, doggy. And then it's not that you didn't read the contract. You need somebody to interpret that, because I'm gonna put some very specific big words in that motherfucker, and you better understand everything I'm saying to you when I break it down to you. You cannot, Nidus. That it is what it is, Nidus.
No,
this is a
he's telling the
contract.
truth. He is telling the truth.
Yeah,
it's all about interpretation.
This has nothing, but when he's telling the truth, it's true. If he wrote the contract, this contract don't say what he's talking about. And they entitled to their child. He talking about she feels she got morning sickness, she get to take it out.
Fuck her morning sickness, right? Fuck her high blood pressure, right? She might die. Fuck her.
There are women on their period. If they get next to another woman, they start having the same cycle. I don't want to hear none of this nonsense.
You're not wrong.
Aaron, you a foul nigga. You was a whole bandit out here, Aaron.
That's the truth. That's why
you got mad women supporters. Don't be a bandit. They love you. You agree with these women, Aaron. Chill, relax, nigga.
Listen, she signed a contract. Listen, I understand she has a right to deletion if her health is involved. Go ahead and do it. But once you bring that child to birth and it's there, you get no say so. No. Zero. Cero. Nunca. Nada. She don't get no say so. No. Absolutely not. There's no way you could take my bread, then be like, I'm gonna give your bread back after it's been tied up 9 months with you. I ain't make no interest. You gonna have to pay me, and I want damages. Nah, bro, like nah.
Peep that. You're not gonna get damages. We're not gonna say
I gotta get damages.
You cannot. You can say interest. You can't use that. I would never use that word in the contract. I would say interest.
Oh, I'm getting damages.
If you still then you will have to sue me. You will have to sue me.
You gotta pay me for it. Think about what you said.
That's called interest.
I'm paying. Wait, hold on, Pookie. I'm paying you to carry my child. Then you decide later on down the ride, like Chris J said, I'm emotional. It's my child now. And then you take my child. You definitely gotta pay me for that. Oh yeah, I think my
no. I can pay. No. I can pay you for it. I wouldn't use the specific term damages. What I would use is interest. If I decide to go that route, you have to pay me a certain percent in interest. Or how am I talking? That makes sense, Nidus. You gotta come on, get on my level.
That money was
get on my level, dog.
She already had spent some money before she even went through the procedure.
It does not matter. She's going to owe me that.
Oh man, I'm scared of you then, Pookie.
Oh yeah, this smart Pookie talking now. This smart Pookie. This intelligent Pookie talking right now, nigga.
Right? He's speaking of the emotions only for the woman carrying the child. Do you know how much emotional damage I'm going through thinking I'm about to get a child? I didn't pay for all these IVF treatment that done failed before. I'm giving all my life savings to pay for this person to give me my child. And then at the last minute, you snatch my child away from me.
Hold on, y'all.
Aaron, you not. Hold on. Let me talk to Aaron. You are not listening to the stipulations I'm saying. She would have to pay you that.
An egg.
No, she would have to pay you back. If she decides to go that route, she would have to pay you that back with interest. With the amount you spent on that.
Nah,
Nigga,
bro, we
fuck
ain't
up her credit. Fuck her credit up.
yeah.
Put your
Aaron.
DNA in more. Fuck your whole DNA up for the rest of her life and fuck her credit up.
And Aaron, you talking about suing for emotional damage and stuff. Your emotional damages ain't shit compared to a woman who carried a baby for 9 months and she had cancer in her liver. So you ain't gonna even win that one. Judge gonna throw that shit out.
Listen,
So good luck with that.
you out your mind.
I'm trying to tell you, brother, because you is a man. Compared to a woman, good luck with that.
Listen to what you just said. The judge gonna throw it out after we just read a case. Right now, when California is enforcing what the men said, the couple in this cop, they enforcing what they said.
That might work in one courtroom. You sure that's a guarantee that's gonna work in the second courtroom? No. You're talking to the right one today. Trust me. You're talking to the right one today. What may work in one courtroom, it's not a guarantee it's gonna work in the other courtroom. Trust and believe that, my brother.
Chris J, you speaking to I don't even know how they would argue this in court. They wouldn't get no jury. I argue with a judge.
No, they can get a jury. They can get a jury.
No. Most likely, you're not going through a jury with this. You're going through
no, because this is civil. Because this is kind of civil. Well, maybe you're right.
You might. No. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying
that. If that egg is somebody else's, and it's his splooge, she is still just an incubator. Yeah, she could have went through whatever. I don't see how that works out.
This is what I'm saying.
Written specifically in the contract. Okay, so you put an egg in me and your whatever, but I grew attached because I had morning sicknesses and did whatever, and I want to take it. That's gonna be a war.
So now we're saying that woman would have been criminalized for deleting those parents, the two dudes' babies.
Yeah.
She would have went to jail.
Yes.
I don't think so. Not in California.
I don't think so. Not jail. No. I think she could. She can.
Well, civilly, she had owe a whole lot of money there.
I don't know about
this. Is why you do the contract, because the contract will already state that.
Yeah,
you don't have to go through a judge. The judge would just determine. Listen, you signed this contract.
I don't like an attorney that's called No Condom Pookie and that other part at the bottom. Get all that,
nigga. I'm an ambulance chaser, nightish, nigga. I want all of
you. I already talked about my girl.
You better call Saul, nigga.
Oh yeah, we already didn't pass up Coco. You got to go way back in the show to talk about some Coco.
Coco, shout out, man. Making Black women important again. Shout out to our girl Coco, making it happen out there. I'm so proud of Coco. I love me some Coco.
Oh, Coco Gauff, man.
This guy.
Salute to her.
Yeah, salute to all of y'all.
Yo, let me say something to the audience. Listen, y'all might look at me like
to a Martin Luther King with gold teeth. Let me say that.
Yo,
don't explain shit to them. Don't explain shit to them. They just gotta watch and be in all. Just keep working.
Okay, you right. Because this is what I used to do, dog. I had to learn this shit on the run. Contracts is very motherfucking specific. You break that shit down to nigga, the I has to be in the right place. Dot the I's, cross the T's. It's very serious when you're doing a contract. So
Eric, you know what I like about Coco? Coco ain't ratchet. Coco is a nice, wholesome Black woman. I'm telling you, Coco's going. She's great.
Is there a reason why you cannot say that with a straight face?
No, I'm dead serious. No, listen, Coco is the new standard. Like we need to start talking about. We'll talk about Coco now. Like Coco, 19 years old, she's creating the standard for how how many 19-year-olds is acting like Coco that can focus and be able to accomplish a goal the way Coco can.
You want to know what? I'll tell you that right now. I'll tell you that right now. A lot of women who getting pregnant by bandits.
See, listen,
and they leave them. They gotta focus.
Y'all don't want to talk about Coco because Coco goes against Aaron's narrative. Aaron been talking about these women for the longest, and he don't like that Coco is going against the narrative and she's showing Black excellence.
I don't want to turn this. I do not want to turn this into Fight Club, Aaron.
Let me not
you
be a
are
dickhead.
promoting the strength of a black woman, right? And I'm not trying to play you, dog, at all. You don't have a black woman as a wife, so I'm trying to figure out where that comes from.
What that got to
I'm
do
not
with me
I'm
supporting
not
black
being
women?
facetious.
No, but
because
listen, I get what you're saying, Pookie.
because you're telling us
Hold
that,
on,
and
no.
you chose an alternative.
I get what you're saying. So pointing out the excellent that black women are doing in the community, I shouldn't do that because I didn't marry a black woman. Is that the point that you want to make, Pookie?
I think I want to make that point, but I could be wrong. I'm susceptible to being wrong, either, man. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
That is a wrong statement. Just see, and that's what I dislike about people trying to bring someone's wife and her race in it, because if she is doing great, and I want to be like, hey man, this is a good example of how a 19-year-old can stay focused and accomplish the things that she want to accomplish. My wife shouldn't have nothing to do to take away from this black woman that's doing excellent.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Man, why you trying to make me sound like a dickhead, man?
That's a fact,
bruh. She's been doing this for 3 years. She got into the game when she was 16. The last time I checked, this is her first championship win. So she is an exceptional athlete because she's broke the mold, I guess. To be doing this at the age of 16, 3 years, got her first championship. Congratulations, one down. I believe 21 to go because I think Serena has 22.
But that's Chris. What I'm saying is that
no. I'm only saying this. If you want to say as far as her being an athlete or being a tennis star, I'll mute my mic. You talking about that other stuff? You don't know her personally, and let's just keep it that way.
It don't really matter because we reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. Next time, get here on time. Thank you for everybody for tuning into the show. Do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind. Please make sure you leave a like after the show and maybe even a comment. Because listen, I do the shows. I'm just saying they ain't the most popular stuff that's going on, but I just try to do things a little different. So the least ones y'all could do is leave a comment after the show. Y'all could just say y'all love Coco. I don't care, but I would really love to hear y'all thoughts, honestly, about this unique situation. Right, wrong, indifferent. What is your true, honest thoughts? And I've dropped, obviously, things in the chat that you guys can research and look up the name. But I want to hear you guys' thoughts. If you guys want me to keep doing shows like this. Otherwise, I'm just going to go start doing shows on love and hip hop and get real ratchet up in here. Okay? If y'all want to do shows like here that's a little this way, I'm going to need to make sure that y'all truly, really care about this stuff. If not, I'm going to get the ratchet stuff back on. Either way, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. We will see y'all soon. I don't know when the next show probably going to be Thursday. Me and Eda Man working on that. But it might be a show Wednesday. I don't know. But it all depends on y'all support. Because if I check them comments and I don't see no likes and comments, I'm going to cancel the whole show. But either way, I appreciate y'all. We get up out of here. Jay Prince for President is live right now. Make sure you go to the live stream, hit a link, tell them the Aaron O Show is in town, okay? I'm hungry. I literally come direct home from work, and I come to y'all, okay? It's what I do. So listen, I need to eat something, and I got to get up out of here because I got to listen. I ain't got that much time. I need sleep, too, at least 4 hours of sleep so I can get through the day so I can come back and do this again. All right. I appreciate y'all as always. See y'all in the next show.